To the June meeting of the Planning Committee. I extend a welcome back to Councillor Roisin Devine Gallagher and also to Councillor Barry McElduff. Both no strangers to the Planning Committee and planning matters. She's very welcome. And I also thank Councillor John Feely and Councillor Stephen McCann for their service to the Planning Committee as well. And I suppose at the outset, in my first meeting of this term, I thank my party for the nomination, and I look forward to working, continuing to work in the Planning Committee. And I commend Councillor Maguire for his service to the committee as chair over the past 12 months. So turn to our agenda. Members, is there any apologies? Councillor Robinson?
Councillor Thompson will join us later on.
Problem?
Whereabouts?
Councillor Mahan?
Thank you, Chair, and I wish you well for your incoming year. I have to leave at 5 p.m, so just want to make you aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And item 2 on our agenda is declarations of interests. And I don't see any indications. So item 3, members, is to consider 2 files for decision by the Planning Committee. That's paper A, and I'm going to ask our lead planner, Paul, to take us through those.
Thank you, Chair. Members, just to provide an update on this application. We have received a late objection to the application. It was received this morning at 10:40, and I think there would be benefit members in going in the committee and taking legal advice from the council solicitor in relation to the objection. Thank you, Chair.
Proposal go into committee, Councillor Annie Feely and Councillor David Mahan. Oh, sorry, yes, I would ask now for committee for confidential business if the gallery could clear at this point. And we will invite these back in very shortly. virtual and physical guests back.
To hear the application.
I think the distinction of the conversation is part of that conversation. The other is in support or not.
Yeah, I can just.
Substance.
So I think there's an ambiguity with.
Yeah, to be okay.
So she was.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, members. We're all ready to go yet? So I'll just ask Sinead, our director, to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. So everyone during confidential business, members took legal advice on the late objection received today from Matrix Planning Consultancy on behalf of Retail NI, and members agreed to proceed to hear the application.
Proposer and seconder for that summary, Councillor Rainey and Councillor McGrath. And now I'll ask Paul to, sorry, Darren, apologies, our Principal Planning Officer, take us through the application. And this is application number 1, paper, sorry, LA 10 2024 1241F. It's a new retail unit and it's paper A for your information.
Okay, good afternoon, members. So, paper A, application number 1, LA 10 2024 1241. It's a full application for a new retail unit, and the location then is at the Lakelands Retail Park, with the full location then included in the planning report. The applicant then is F. Curran, and the recommendation is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to 18 conditions, and also a legal agreement, members, as you'll note from the report. So just before I go through the presentation, members, just to give you an update in relation to the application. So following the publication of the planning report, number 3 objections have been received. So the first one is from M. Robeson on behalf of Tesco's. So the objection then repeats the previous objection to the application and says it should be refused as it fails the sequential test. And the closure of the town centre Little store has not been considered in the retail impact assessment. The council's decision-making process is flawed due to the conflict with TCR 01. The application fails to meet the plan strategy. This must be determined first before considering whether any other material considerations would indicate that a determination should be made otherwise. It also refers to the level of public objection and states that the council should refuse planning permission. In response, officers have reviewed the objection in detail and are content that the application has been considered properly. They agree with the objector that the application fails the sequential approach, and that's set out clearly in the report. However, for the reasons listed within the report, the application meets the plan as a whole, and that, as I say, that is set out clearly in the report, so there's no confusion, and the outcome is that it meets the plan strategy. In terms of the existing store, it will remain open for a minimum period of 5 years, and that will be subject to a legal agreement in the event of an approval. The supporting information, the retail impact assessment, considers that, and it's clear that that's the context in which the application is being presented and considered. The objections then are noted, and they are included in the planning portal to view, and also in a commentary then included within the report. However, for the reasons listed within the report, the recommendation is to approve planning permission, and the objections are not sustained. The second issue then, members, in the request for speaking rights, there was a comment made from Mr. Stevens that there are several misdirections in the committee report, and it's not objective. It glazes over processing errors related to the incomplete report and the recommendation presented in March, and attempts to post-rationalise them. No other council in the 11 local government districts in Northern Ireland has attempted to assess major retail applications with a retail impact assessment without assistance from independent retail experts. Also states planning officers have limited retail experience, and their well-founded third-party objections concerns. In relation to that, members, as I say, the officers are content that there are no misdirections within the report, and it is objective. The report has been updated from March in relation to the submission of the additional information. They comment that no other council would progress to determine an application without assistance from independent retail experts is wrong. and officers are content that we have the experience to proceed on with the application today. The third matter then is an objection received today at 10:41 from Mr. Stevens on behalf of Retail NI. So it includes a letter of objection, case law relating to the Aldergate case, and a PSC decision relating to the application by Tesco's in Ballycastle, along with photographs of another little store in Dungannon. So the issues raised in the objection are that there is a flawed approach to the operator and the dual store. The condition number 1 is Wednesday unreasonable and irrational, having regard to the Aldergate judgments. However, planners and officers are content that the application is not contrary to the Aldergate judgment. It doesn't say you cannot put a condition on in the event of an approval, and the application is recommended with that condition. The application is accompanied by information. It is for Lidl, and the proposal relates to a Lidl application with retail data and information in support of the application pertaining to them. The other issues then are that the failure to assess the retail impact assessment. The objector considers the council has adopted a novel approach in evaluating submissions without recording their own estimates or spending clawback, nor have we estimated impacts in specific centres, and officers have not interrogated or assessed the retail impact assessment. However, as officers are content that the retail impact assessment has been interrogated and reviewed. There's no requirement for the council to present or produce its own retail impact assessment, but there is a requirement to analyse the information that has been received, and also then any third-party comments that have been received in rebuttal to that. And there are detailed comments from the Retail NI objection about the retail information. That is all being considered and included within the report. And officers do not see any need to depart from those comments in the report. The council has not factored in the closure of the existing Lidl store in their assessment. However, that is not the case. The closure of the Lidl store is not going to happen for at least a minimum of 5 years, and that will be secured by legal agreement. So the application must be considered today on the basis of the Lidl store that's there at the moment staying open for a minimum period of 5 years. The objector disagrees with the level of impact, and those reasons have been considered within the report. Also states that there's a failure to correctly understand and apply the sequential test, and refers to an appeal by Tesco's in Ballycastle relating to alternative sites. However, the council has reviewed this appeal and is content that alternative sites has been correctly undertaken. The applicant has gone through the possible alternatives, and the council has reviewed those and looked at them as well, and identified then that Station Green is a sequentially preferable site, and that's within the report. But for the reasons listed, the application is proceeded on to recommend for approval as per the comments in the report. Objector also states there's no flexibility on behalf of the applicant in relation to alternative sites. And again, officers and the applicant has also reviewed alternative sites, and the comments are in the report. The council's retail and leisure capacity study of 2017 concludes no capacity for additional convenience floor space and only a modest capacity for comparison goods for 2025 onwards. However, the report then does comment on the capacity, and I refer you to those comments, and does find that there is capacity. The applicant's retail impact assessment and the council's rebuttal and comments are incorrectly considered and determined, and the approach of the officers is flawed. Failure to understand, then the objector also says failure to understand the impact upon investor confidence and planned commitments. The location of the new store, the location of the existing store in the town centre results in linked trips. These positively impact on the vitality of the town centre, and that has not been identified or considered within the current application. That will cease after 5 years, and no consideration of the positive impact the existing store has on the vitality and viability. Station Green, then also this application will jeopardise the delivery of Station Green site and result in significant loss of investment for the town centre, eroding the town centre vitality and viability. And again, there's a reference to the Ballycastle appeal. Officers have reviewed all this information and are content with the impact upon the town centre and the vitality and viability, and also alternative sites. And the recommendation then is as per the report. Finally, then, the objector refers to the issue of precedent. and states that facilitating an existing town centre retail to move out of the town centre location will set a dangerous precedent. Other retailers then approaching the end of leases will seek to move out, and it'll be difficult for the planning authority to resist further moves. Set an undesirable precedent given the clear conflict with the plan strategy. The objector states the council is supporting an unsustainable act of development, undermines the vitality and viability of the town centre, making it a less attractive location and will accelerate its demise. Officers do not agree with these comments. Each application will be considered on its merits, having regards to particular facts of each case. Whilst there is a need to be consistent in the interpretation and approach of policy, as this council well knows, in reaching decisions, the application must be considered on its merits in regards to the information presented. Any future applications that may come about will be considered on their merits, having regard to the planning policy. Okay, members, so
Councillor Mahan, you're indicating there. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe in light of some of the comments from the plan officer, I'd like to maybe declare an interest and move out, please, Chair.
Okay, it's noted. Councillor, thank you.
okay, members, so that's an update really on representations.
Thank you, Darren.
Yeah, so that, members, is an update on the representations of the,
Councillor Devine Gallagher.
Yeah, I'm going to declare an interest as well under another matter. The little one. Yeah. Application? Yes.
Okay, that's noted. Thank you, Councillor. Second, just to leave the room. Yeah, you have a wee minute there. Okay, we'll go back to Darren here.
yeah.
Continue.
So, members, that's an update really following the publication of the report in relation to the representations that have been received. As the officers are content that the issues have been considered within the report and there's no reason why the recommendation should change. In terms of the proposal then, members, so just to take you through some of the details, you will recall the original scheme approved under the 2019 1392F included this application site, but this is a full application, so it's separate from that. Previously, the approved block plan showed the bowling alley and the cinema roughly in the position of this new building and the car parking then around those two buildings. So that's what was approved. Our proposal then has a different red line. So the red line really goes around the application site and includes the means of access to that. Additional lands then within the control of the applicant in blue. Application is accompanied by a site survey. Just gives you details of the original gradients at the site before the groundworks have been carried out. And then our proposed plan then shows the location of the building on the site. So you can see the lilac colour or purpley colour is the location of the building. The greyed area then is the car parking around the site, where the means of access then shown to the right-hand side of the building with another means of access down to the left. Other buildings then within the site, you can see the other buildings that have been approved, units 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. So just to zoom in a bit closer then, members. So the proposed site plan then shows the full application. So the drawing does show the position of the building. And as I say, that's the purple and blue sort of rectangle. You can see then the additional car parking around the site and the means of access in and out. The application also includes the location of ancillary equipment, and I'll come on to that in a second. Plan then is also accompanied by a landscaping plan. So that's LP 001-1. And you can see that then on the screen in front of you. So it does show a bit of landscaping around the site. So what's proposed then is a floor plan of a type 17 little. And you can see then on the screen the rectangular shape of the building. And the floor space then, and an ancillary floor space that goes with the retail area. Elevations then are on the screen. You can see the 4 elevations. And the finishes then are included on the screen as well. So Kingspan roof and wall cladding, etc. So type 17 building. Plan is accompanied then by cross sections, as there is a difference in levels between the site and the surrounding lands. And that's the plan then. So I'll go through that in more detail, members. So there's 4 sections. I'll just take time to go through those so members are fully informed. So section A to A, you can see then the bottom left of the screen is the block plan, and the red line then shows the cross section through the site. So if you imagine a knife slicing through the site along that red line, and then you were to look at the cross section on the top, that's the what you would see then. So you can see the location of the building then and the changes to the levels going through the site with the Gabion wall then that's shown then retaining up the structure. Moving on again then, so another red line through the bottom left map. So that's a cross section through there. If you take a slice of the land, that's what you'd see on B to B, showing the levels and the changes that are proposed. C to C then is on a different alignment. So you're on a 90 degrees to the previous drawings, and you can see the red line then running across the site. And if you imagine then a cross section through that, that's the top image. And then finally D to D runs through the car parking, the building then, and towards the boundary of the site. So you can see then the top slide again shows the level car parking area, location of the building, and then the cross section shows the levels on the right hand side of the building. So just to go into those in a bit more detail, members, you can see then that side of the building is adjacent to number 92, 94, and also then number 100 is further on up the road. There is a difference in levels between the site and number 94 and 92. And you can see there the back of the building, then the land will be graded down. There'll be a wall then, and the gradient then continues down to those 2 properties. So there is a difference in level there, and the impact upon their residential amenity is also an important consideration. So just to drill into that in more detail, so you can see then the red arrow then shows the slope of the bank at the back of the building. That area will be landscaped and then fall down to a boundary wall. And you'll note from the report then, members, that there's a condition number 8, that prior to the occupation of the building, a 1.9 metre double boarded fence and mounted on top of a 1.1 metre grey rendered wall. It'll be erected along the site boundary between points A and B on the landscaping plan. So on the screen then you can see point A in the bottom left, the red line then runs along up to point B in the top right. So as per the noise report and the information within there, a 1.1 metre high wall will be constructed with a fence then on top. Now that'll go along the white line, not the red line. It'll go along the white line adjacent to the red line. The red line's only there for an indication of where it'll go. In terms of the impact on the amenity of neighbours, this is the adjacent property as per this morning. So you can see the difference in levels then and the topography along the boundary of the proposed site with the adjacent neighbour. And then number 94 again, you can see then an image looking through. So there is a significant difference in levels, but for the reasons set out within the report, members, officers are content that there will be no unacceptable effects upon either of those 2 properties or any other property. In terms of additional items at the building, you can see on the screen then is a snip, just a zoomed in snip of the location of the plant and then the loading bay for the building. I'm sure the agent will go on to talk about that in his discussions. The lorry will reverse in there and then unload into the building. The application is accompanied by information on the impact of noise and odour. And it does give information and identify the location of the plant and the type of machinery that will go along the side of the site. And that's included within the report and on the screen. Again, the impact from that development upon the amenities of neighbours is an important consideration. And you'll note from the report that an acoustic barrier, a long noise barrier, will be erected around the air conditioning units. Again, that will ensure there's no unacceptable effect on the amenity of neighbours. Additional matter to consider is the impact of the building and the works upon the neighbours. So you have 92 and 94 are beside the site. So a shadow study analysis has been submitted and the finding of that study has been included within the report. You can see then the location of number 92 and 94 to the location of the building 94, then the distances are on the screen, and there's a good separation distance between the two. The report does conclude with a finding, and that's included within the report, and has also been included on the screen. The outcome of that really is that there will be no unacceptable effects upon the amenity of the neighbour from loss of light or overshadowing or dominance then as a result of loss of light. Important consideration then, members, is the town centre policy within the plan strategy. So policy TCR 01 applies. And you can see then the policy starts off with the supporting proposals for new retail development within the primary retail core. And then following this, a sequential approach to site selection will apply. And the report then goes through that and provides comment on that. Also requires then all applications for retail development and town centre uses above a threshold of 500 square metres gross external floor outside the primary retail core to be accompanied by a full assessment of retail impact as well as need. So we have that information has been submitted. Policy clarification then also then gives assistance in the policy, and this is clarification but not policy. So it goes through the 4 bullet points that must be considered within the retail impact as well as need. So our site, that's the town centre boundary on the screen, members, from the Fermanagh area plan. You can clearly see our site is outside the town centre, so the retail impact assessment and consideration including need is all required. That has been submitted as part of the retail assessment statement, on the screen, and that has been considered by officers and goes through the retail impact assessment and results in a finding and a predicted impact then upon the town centre. One of the other issues then, members, in relation to the sequential approach and the TCR 01 policy. So you can see the yellow star then is the existing store. The sequentially preferable site then that has been identified as officers is known as Station Green, is over on the right. And you can see it's identified by the red star with access up through the car park. And that's an image then in the top right of the site as per this morning. So members, the recommendation then of officers as set out in the report is to recommend approval of the development and subject to the 18 conditions and the legal agreement then that the existing store will remain open for a minimum of 5 years.
Okay, thank you, Darren. We do have representation in respect of this application. And firstly, I would invite those in support of the application to come forward to my left here. John Curran, the applicant, Eamon Loughery, agent, Carla Murphy, architect, Keith Lamont, legal, Richard Agus, traffic consultant, and there's also a barrister listed if there's a barrister present, not present, okay. We have 2 seats here at the front and 3 can sit behind, and we allocate 10 minutes to this part of the meeting, and it's up to yourselves really to divide that time amongst yourselves. So I will give you a sort of a heads up when we're approaching 9 minutes, so just to let you know we're wrapping up at that point. And just maybe introduce yourself and go ahead in your own time. You're all very welcome to the planning committee, okay?
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarity, I'll just be the only one speaking. Everybody else is out here for questions, and my speech should take 10 minutes. My speech should take 10 minutes.
No problem. We're great. Sorry, could I just ask, just introduce yourselves as well, yeah.
Sorry, Chair. I'm Eamon Loughery. I'm the planning consultant. We have John Curran from Elm Grange. We have a substitute for the architect. We've got Jamie Gibson, who instead of Carla Murphy for the architect. We've got Keith Lamont from Lidl, and we've got Richard Agus, our traffic consultant.
Okay. You're all very welcome. Go ahead in your own time then.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, committee members, we welcome the case officer recommendation We note the objections raised. These relate to leisure-based objections and retail-based objections. In respect of leisure objections, we wholly understand the strength of feeling held by the public in respect of the lack of leisure facilities in Enniskillen. Since gaining approval in 2022, the applicant has continued to invest significant time and resources to deliver Lakelands Park for Enniskillen, including all component parts approved. To date, the investment is in the region of £8 million. The applicant has met retailers and leisure operators with a view to investing in Enniskillen. It is disappointing for all concerned that based on market demand and development economics, the approved cinema and bowling alley has not been deliverable as conceived in the original application when it was submitted in 2019. The outcome is that the applicant has had to adjust the scheme to reflect current market demand, hence this application for a second little store. The case officer rightly recognises that all applications, including this one, should be treated on its merits. Turning to the retail application objections, these all raise similar issues. We've undertaken a sequential test in compliance with case law of both Tesco Dundee and the Aldergate Properties decision. That test has been based on the approximate size, type and range of goods sold. It is tenant blind and did not exclude sites because the application was for a new little store, and that's important. It has also been applied realism and flexibility, as required by Tesco Dundee case law. The Station Green site is a triangular shaped site, 75 metres at its widest point and narrows significantly to the rear. The proposal is a rectangular shaped box about 75 metres wide, and whilst the frontage of the site might accommodate the unit, it would need the council's car park at the front to be provided. A food retailer requires control over their car park, and without a site is severely compromised. The site has a right of way running through it and lacks visual prominence. Overall, these constraints combined make the site, in our view, unsuitable for the proposal. However, we note that the case officer considers the Station Green site is sequentially preferable. But when taking into account the material considerations, this partial policy conflict does not outweigh the other material considerations, and on balance, the officer finds the application complies with the LDP when taken as a whole, and we endorse that recommendation. Briefly, I note that the Johnson Basin site is too small for the proposal, and whilst it was raised by objectors, it has no access and is partially within the floodplain and is not suitable. There has been criticism of the retail impact assessment. However, none of the objectors have presented their own assessment that would show harm to the town centre if this application were allowed. The objections raise questions about methodology applied in the retail impact assessment, and in doing so, they have shown that they either do not understand how retail impact assessments are produced, or that they would prefer it was done some other way. The methodology implied in my assessment adopted a typical study period and even provides a cumulative impact assessment should Station Green ever be built out. My assessment is consistent with the council's own approach to its retail and capacity study. It applies its own it applies what's known as a market share approach. The fact that I have utilised the council study as a basis for my assessment significantly narrows the issues and minimises opportunity for disagreement. It is also the approach, albeit updated as appropriate, that I have applied to the original application approved by this committee and the various subsequent applications for the range, the home bargains and the Easy Living applications. The methodology of my assessment is conventional and has been accepted in retail applications in Mid and East Antrim and Causeway Coast and Glens councils. In some of those examples, they have not instructed independent retail advice, and they've been happy to take the information themselves. Indeed, the market share approach is the approach preferred by the Planning Appeals Commission. Objectors criticise my estimation of turnover of the proposed little store. The turnover I have assessed is £11.85 million. That is an extremely robust turnover assumption for this proposal. Objectors criticise my estimated draw from the current Tesco and Lidl stores. The proposal will be larger than the current Lidl store. It will have better car parking and a broader range. It is a bigger competitor to Tesco and Asda than the current smaller Lidl, and it will draw higher levels of trade from Tesco and Asda. Indeed, the fact Tesco objects reinforces my view that this store will compete strongly with Tesco. Tesco consider there is a need for an assessment of impact 5 years from now in case Lidl close. Lidl have not said that they will close the current store. The legal agreement secures Lidl's town centre presence for at least 5 years. There is nothing in the application to suggest Lidl will close in 5 years. In this respect, contrary to the Retail NI's claim, securing Lidl in the town centre supports the town centre's vitality and viability. In terms of retail impact, the proposal will have an impact of minus 4.9% on the town centre's convenience terms. This is not harmful. Impact of the proposal on comparison shopping is also not harmful. it will be a maximum possible comparison impact of the proposal in the town centre of -1.5%. A key test in this proposal is the impact on the whole of the centre. This is shown to be -2% impact. None of the predicted impacts are harmful to the town centre. Retail NI and Tesco make considerable effort to find fault in the retail assessment, and all their criticisms have been addressed in my letters of response. I am not persuaded by any of their criticisms and have not needed to amend my assessment. There is no need for independent review of my assessment, given the 5-year Keep Open agreement. Any review is bound to find that a major factor in favour of allowing this application. Objectors propose a review as a further delaying tactic, and we've seen their delaying tactics this morning, Chair. The objectors are commercially astute and could have produced their own retail impact assessment. The fact they haven't demonstrates that there's no approach that can be taken that would realistically diverge significantly from the figures I have presented. The only investment highlighted as being impacted by the proposal is Station Green site. There is no evidence that this scheme is likely to progress. It had permission for over 12 years and was granted long before the Lakelands was permitted in 2022. It has never come forward. If it did come forward, it would increase the turnover of the town centre and cushion retail impact. I have also presented a clear need case for this proposal. Lidl are a commercial business, and they consider there are qualitative needs for this new format store and are committed to investing substantial money to deliver it. Moreover, they are equally committed to this is a second store in Enniskillen. The Council's own assessment finds that there is a quantitative need equating to £30 million. The only realistic commitments that reduce this are those being built at Lakelands. But even with these stores being built, there remains adequate money in the catchment to support Lidl. In terms of employment, Lidl have advised me that about 90% of the 40 to 45 jobs created will be full-time. If approved, the two stores will operate independent of each other, and so there will be no displacement of jobs from the town centre. The proposal will provide about £1.2 million in salaries and in the region of £200,000 in rates. The proposal cannot create a precedent because the particular characteristics of this site and application must be treated on their own merits. The case officers found the proposal is compliant with policies DEO1 in terms of residential amenity and compliant with policy DEO2 in terms of design. There is no objection from DFI Roads on the application. Retail NI's objections in terms of the detailing of the application in terms of EIA, sections, flooding, noise, odour has been noted, and the applicant has provided all additional detailed information requested by the case officer and statutory consultees, including a noise and odour assessment and a shadow assessment. Our case is that the proposal is compliant with all aspects of the LDP. However, if the committee agree with the case officer in respect of the Station Green site, we say that this is only a partial non-compliance with policy TCR01. The retail impact and need aspects of policy TCR01 have been met. The proposal is also in compliance with policies DEO1, DEO2, FLDO1, FLDO2, FLDO4, PUO4 and TR01. It also furthers in sustainable development under SPO1. The courts have ruled that planning policies are not a straitjacket and do not have to be slavishly followed. They also have found that policies will naturally pull in different directions, and the planning authority has to decide, bearing in mind the factors.
Just 1 minute remaining, sorry.
Bearing in mind the factors of the case and the policies in question, whether the plan has been complied with as a whole. In this case, if the case officer's partial breach of policy TCR01 is accepted, this is outweighed by the material considerations that approval secures the retention of a town centre Lidl store for at least another 5 years. It meets a clear quantitative and qualitative need. It secures the employment in the town centre store and increases employment in the new store. It increases competition with Tesco and Asda and other retailers at Lakelands. It boosts Enniskillen's attraction as a retail location and a main hub town in the council area consistent with its regional development strategy policy. It provides sustainable development in a brownfield site, and it complies with all the other policies of the plan strategy. Given the foregoing, I agree with the case officer's conclusion that the proposal is in compliance with the plan strategy as a whole and should be allowed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And within the time limit, so I now provide an opportunity for anyone to maybe ask the agent or consultants any questions, or the applicant. Any members? Councillor McElduff?
Yep. Just a question. The retail policy has been cited, obviously. I think it's R1, it's on page 109. I think that Eamon has said that this application is compliant with that. Could you just elaborate upon that? Because I've heard officers make reference to that as well. You know, how is this application compliant? Say one. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. The slight difference between ourselves, myself and the case officers, is how we view the Station Green site. And the case officer treats the Station Green site as a sequentially preferable site, because they think the site can fit the store essentially. We take a slightly different view. We say that we don't think the site can fit the size of store that we would like. And one of the reasons for that are that it's not big enough. It requires council car park, and there's a right of way that goes through it. So there's a slight variation in opinion on that point. But there's three limbs to the policy TCR01. So you've got the sequential bit, which is there an alternative site? The second bit is there a need for the proposal? And we have set out, yes, that there is a need for the proposal. There's a qualitative need. There's overtrading of Tesco stores. There's growth in spending, and there's equivalent of about £30 million worth of spending in the catchment of Enniskillen that is available for people to spend their money in new shops. And so both myself and the council planners agree that there's a need. So we agree on that point. And the third point is retail impact. And that's what I've spent a lot of time talking about, the retail impact assessment that I have prepared. And we both agree on there is no harmful retail impact. So within that singular policy of the three bits, we have a slight variation in opinion. But the test then becomes, is the plan document as a whole, the whole book, satisfied by the proposal? Because you'll always have policies pulling in different directions. You'll have a policy, for example, of a house in the countryside, and you'll have a policy of protecting the countryside, and you have to make a judgment on that. And where we get to on this application is we have a slight disagreement on one aspect of one policy. With 1/3 of one policy, we agreed to 2/3 of the remainder of that single policy, but the other policies as a whole, we're on all fours with, and we're in total compliance with that. And so that's the slight difference of where we're at. So we get the same answer, that we both agree that we're in compliance with the whole plan.
Okay. Any further questions while we have the delegation? If not, okay, well, thank you for making your representation, and invite you to back to the gallery. And we will have representation also in objection to the application, and that will be from Andy Stevens, Matrix Planning Consultancy, and also from Glenn Roberts of Retail NI. And I would ask you both to come forward, sort of to my left again. And I would note that we do have 5 minutes allocated to this representation. And just again, if you could sort of introduce yourselves, and I will give you a warning sort of when we reach 4 minutes in your own times. You're both very welcome to the Plan Committee.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Glenn Roberts. I'm Chief Executive of Retail NI, representing 2,500 members right across Northern Ireland. My colleague is Andy Stevens, who is Matrix Planning Consultant.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead in your own time then. Thank you.
Chair, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak today. I think just from the outset, I just want to say that we're not opposed to Lidl. They are a highly efficient retailer seeking a major food store in an out-of-town site on the strategic road network. Any positive decision on this proposal will fundamentally alter Enniskillen's retail environment, setting a dangerous precedent and indicating to others that it's acceptable in this council area for town centre retailers to move out of town. This is direct conflict with the council's new plan strategy and the SPPS. This proposal seeks to facilitate the move of an existing town centre retailer to an unsustainable out-of-town location, and there are no compelling or cogent reasons to support this recommendation. This approach will provide Lidl with a clear competitive advantage over all existing retailers, particularly independent retailers trading from town centre sites in the council area, which conflicts with the town centre first approach and gravely concerns our members. This is about standing up for your town centre and for your local independent retailers. They look to you to support them. Thank you.
Sorry. Your mic on there?
Sorry. We're a plan-led system, as you've heard, and the plan is primacy, being the first document for consideration. The plan seeks to ensure the future attractiveness, vitality and viability of town centres, not out-of-town centres. The plan strategy outlines the principal focus for retail growth shall be within Enniskillen and Omagh town centres to support and sustain a vibrant town centre. The plan adopts a town centre's first approach for retail and other main town centre uses. Vitality is a measure of how busy a centre is, and viability is a measure of how a centre's capacity to attract ongoing investment for maintenance, improvement and adaptation of changing needs. The focus is on maintaining the existing status quo or improving upon it. This proposal will jeopardise the delivery of the Station Green redevelopment, which is accepted by the council as a suitable alternative site, and it will result in a significant loss of investment in Enniskillen town centre. The impact of the existing food store closure in 5 years has not been assessed. It will clearly have a negative impact on the ability to attract ongoing investment to Enniskillen town centre, as it will simply be a less busy place. As you've heard, even the applicant's agent accepts it provides footfall. This proposal will unacceptably impact and erode Enniskillen town centre's vitality and viability and undermine its convenience offer. To suggest otherwise in the absence of any assessment of the store's closure is irrational. The Planning Appeals Commission has consistently taken the approach that retail impact assessments is not an exact science, and relatively small differences in some variables and assumptions can lead to significantly different conclusions. I know Mr. Lockery mentions the market share approach. They also consider observational site visits as a useful tool, for example, to demonstrate whether a store is actually overtrading as claimed. This is why other local government districts and the Department of Infrastructure seek independent legal assessment of the RIA to make sure they are robust and objective. In this case, the officers have adopted the novel approach of evaluating the applicant's submissions without recording their own estimates on spending, trade diversions, clawback, nor have they estimated any impacts on specific centres. The officer's assessment is taken from the applicant's RIA and assertions with no interrogation. This does not result in a robust and balanced decision-making and ignores the well-founded concerns of third parties. As a pointed note, it's not for the third parties to do a retail impact assessment, as Mr. Lockery alluded to. There is not an overall trade diversion of 9% in Enniskillen town centre, as neither the applicant nor the council have factored in the closure of the existing town centre food store in their assessment. Normally, a 5-year period between base and design years is adopted in major retail applications. It has been ignored in this case, as to factor in the existing store closure would obviously increase the impacts on the town centre.
Just one moment.
Thanks, Chair. In adopting this approach, the applicant and the council have significantly reduced the impacts of the proposal on Enniskillen town centre and have misdirected members, which will lead them into error. The availability of alternative town centre sites in sequentially preferable locations has always been an important consideration in respect of unsustainable out-of-centre development. From the outset, it is important to highlight the test to be applied as one of flexibility, not perfection. This is clearly noted within the Tesco Dundee Supreme Court judgment, where it references the need for flexibility and realism from developers and the planning authority in the application of the sequential test. In terms of the overstated benefits, the applicant and officers failed to consider that all the purported benefits can be delivered on the alternative site at Station Green, They've also failed to consider the job displacement resulting from the diverted income from the existing stores when the income will be diverted and the closure of the existing Lidl store. They have opted to present an
Just
entirely,
at the 5 minutes there.
thank you, an entirely biased approach. There are no material considered to outweigh it. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both. Any questions for objectors? Don't see anyone indicating. So at this point, I thank you for your representation and invite you to go back to the gallery. Thank you. No problem. And just to advise from the applicant's perspective, if there's anything they feel they'd wish to come back, respond to in terms of accuracy, you're content, that opportunity is there. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Moving on then, we'll have an opportunity. Sorry, I maybe ask our Principal Planning Officer for comment.
Okay, members, so a lot of comments and discussion on the application from both sides. You can see the difference of opinion between the two. Retail applications generally do find that you have two opposing views, and it's for the council then to make a decision based on the information before you. Officers are content though that the report does cover all the issues and is objective and isn't biased, as some of the language there it says we are. So really, members, just to refer you to the report. In terms of the report though, and the policy TCR 01, the policy is you either meet it or you don't. There's no partial. Okay, so yeah, the officers have set out in the report, you don't meet TCR 01 because it's a sequentially preferable site. It's not a partial meeting or anything out there. So just in terms of the language being used, we consider it doesn't meet TCR 01, but it meets the plan as a whole when you consider all of the issues. But happy to take any questions, members.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask, before I bring in, Paul would like to make a few comments.
Just following on from Darren's comments, members, I just want to say during the applicant's presentation, there was sort of reference to compliance with the plan and, reference to compliance with 2/3 or non-compliance with 1/3. It's not necessarily a sort of mathematical calculation in terms of assessing compliance with the plan. It's obviously plan and judgment, looking at all the policies and weighing those up, ones which are in compliance and ones which are in conflict. In terms, there's been discussion again, and it's within the representations that the Lidl store is closing. There's no evidence or no information before us that they'll say that Lidl store will close in 5 years' time at this point. There's no requirement on the council to undertake its own retail impact assessment. It's normally for the applicants to demonstrate compliance with a particular policy. We have reviewed the retail impact assessment that's been submitted, and I think it's sufficient to inform the decision-making process. It is only a tool. It's the specific local factors, vacancy rates, all those other issues which are all covered within the report that has to be also weighed. So there's no tipping point within a retail impact assessment where the percentage will always be adverse. The outcome of the retail impact assessment must be considered in the context of the local specific circumstances. In terms of the design year then, members, the objector has referred to that as typically being 5 years. I have seen other retail impact assessments which have been actually much shorter in terms of the design year, 3 years, 6 years. It varies depending on the nature of the scheme. And again, that's dealt with within the report. And there's very specific circumstances of why the design year has been chosen. And officers are content with that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Paul. Councillor Irvine.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Glenn. Question or two for Darren, but it might have to be deferred to Anne-Marie. First condition basically is with regard to name documents. Darren, how reasonable is that condition?
So all conditions attached to a planning decision must meet the tests and be Wednesday reasonable. Officers are considering, based upon this this particular application, that the condition does meet those tests and is required and is reasonable. and the application should be approved with that condition.
Okay, second question for Anne Marie in regard to the separate proposed legal agreement to be drawn up with Lidl, who are the proposed future occupant of this unit, the subject of the application. I'm just not sure of the mechanics or clarification how we can actually draw up as a council, as a planning authority, a legal agreement with a tenant, because I suppose, for want of a better word, our partnership is basically between an applicant and ourselves as planning authority, not necessarily the tenants of any future occupation of a unit to be developed. So I'm just not sure of the mechanics and how legal it is. If you could explain that to me. It might be a stupid question, but it needs clarity in my mind. Thanks.
No, no such thing as a stupid question. But no, it would be a separate legal agreement between the council and Lidl, which would be, if it was ever breached, the council has grounds then to enforce the conditions or the clauses within that legal agreement in the High Court.
Could just for clarity, and this might affect going forward. The application basically is looking to change the original approval that was approved in 2019, and essentially it's to make the proposed unit, which is the subject of this application, to be occupied by a particular retail unit. Now, today we will decide on that application, but you, unless I'm mistaken, have you got a legal agreement in place actually to have Lidl signed up already that runs in parallel to this? Or is it the intention of the council that this application will be determined, whatever way it's going to be determined, and then the legal agreement will be drawn up afterwards? Because as far as I can see, and I'm not looking for clarity from Lidl, but there's nothing that I have seen to say that they will actually enter into any such agreement. Nothing has come before us in regard to this application. So we could determine this application, we could go and try and draw up a legal agreement, and they might not actually want to go forward with that legal agreement. So where does that leave us?
Darren?
One goes out without the other, but the two are tied together, and I don't see so far how they are tied together. Thank you.
Yeah, I can answer that, members. So the legal agreement then, it's really two sides of the same coin here, and the legal agreement will run in parallel. The application is coming before you today to seek your agreement to go with the recommendation of officers, which is to approve, subject to conditions and the agreement. Officers will then go away and work the agreement up in conjunction with our legal advisors and the applicant's legal advisors. If they can't get an agreement, then we will be back before you because the recommendation then hasn't followed through. So the application, but we need your agreement today to go with officer's recommendation to proceed on with the agreement. There's no point doing the agreement if we're going to refuse it.
All right. And this is probably another stupid question. If we were trying to run the two in parallel, that's fair enough, but they are not tied together umbilically. Would we not? And again, this will be a question of whether it would be reasonable. Should a condition not be in this, condition 19 or whatever you want to call it, that it is a condition of this approval, if it goes forward, that a legal agreement must be in place with Lidl? So, and you can draw up the legal agreement at that.
So the planning decision notice, for example, if we're approving housing development and there's affordable housing proposed, the affordable housing is delivered and secured by the legal agreement, and that runs with the decision notice. You don't put a condition on the decision notice repeating the legal agreement because it duplicates, the two are duplication of each other. You have the planning permission and that'll be held until the agreement is signed, and then the agreement and the decision will go out together. So the two they're inextricably linked, but they run in parallel. And as I say, if you can't sort out the agreement, we'll be back before you. Exactly the same as the housing.
Thank you.
Just going to bring Paul in briefly here.
Yeah, and just in terms of the guidance that's published in legal agreements, it's either one or the other. You know, if we can deal with a matter by condition, then we wouldn't normally use a planning agreement. If we can't deal with it by condition, then normally that's a planning agreement. And I think the detail within the planning agreement then will tie this all together, and we'll work on that. It's normal practice for us to come before the committee and get a decision on the application before we would then progress with the actual final detail on the planning agreement. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for clarity there. Councillor Maguire.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for all the submissions today. But I have to say, I haven't heard anything from the objectors that sounded anything different from what we listened to in 2019. So substantially, I didn't find anything within that. So I'm quite happy to propose the recommendation from our officers, Chair, with the conditions as outlined. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, so we have a proposal to go with the officer recommendation. And the opportunity, obviously, to ask any further questions as well at this point of our officers. Councillor McGrath.
Here, Darren's just around comments of the council's plan strategy around retail. You know, there was a few comments made on it. You know, I see Lidl and Oma and Strabane, and to me, they're not in the town centres. You know, I'm just wondering if they're different council areas, different, or have they all got the similar strategy? Thank you. Thank you.
So in terms of the planning policy, because we have our own plan strategy that has been adopted by the council, then we're in a different position from some of the other councils. They'll be related. We're still working off the old regional departmental planning policy statements, PPS 5 it would have been. So we have our own specific policy for our own council area, and this application is considered against that. Our own plan strategy then is, it takes the SPPS directs what should be in the plan strategy. So it's in alignment with that and it's gone through due process. So as I said, for the reasons in the report, it meets the plan strategy as a whole.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor.
I'd be happy enough to second the proposal. Chair, thank you.
Okay, so that proposal has been seconded by Councillor McGrath. Are we all in agreement, members? No. Not in agreement, then. Maybe I would ask a show of hands for those not in agreement, if that would suffice. Councillor Irvine and Councillor McClahary. And everyone else in agreement, so that has been carried. And I'll just ask Darren to sum up.
Okay, members, so application number 1, LA 10 2024-1241F. The recommendation of officers was to approve planning permission for the reasons listed in the report and subject to the 18 conditions and the legal agreement. Members have decided to grant planning permission for the application, subject to those 18 conditions and the legal agreement. So that'll now proceed on, members, and the legal agreement then will be finalised and agreed.
Oh yeah, I'd just maybe ask Councillor Mahan and Devine Gallagher back in if you can. Thank you. Okay, members, moving on now to application number 2, and that's LA 10 2025-0322F, two-story front extension, single-story rear extension with internal and external renovations to dwelling. I'll ask Darren to take us through the application.
Okay, members, so paper A, application number 2, LA 10 2025-0322, it's a full application for a two-story front extension, single-story rear extension with an internal and external renovations to dwelling. And the applicants then are Eddie and Emma Roof, and the location then is 21 Barron Dairy Heights in Enniskillen. The recommendation is to approve planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to one condition. Members, on the screen then you can see on the left-hand side is the site location plan with the red outline then around the site boundary. And you can see the location then of existing property on the site number 21. The red line then goes around the boundary and down to the back with a long garden. On the right-hand side then is the block plan showing the curtilage of the house and the location of the building then on the plot. So what's proposed then, members, is works to the existing dwelling. So you can see then the building then is a split level building, and there will be alterations and changes to it on the first floor, which would be sort of the level as the entry as you come in with the difference in levels. So on the left you can see the garage and the toilets in over on the left. And then the first floor then, as I say, will be the changes. So you'll have the additional bedroom, the landing and the lounge and kitchen area then proposed as part of the building. So that will result in changes to the external appearance of the building. So that is now on the screen. You can see the appearance of it will alter. And however, for the reasons listed within the report, members, the works are all acceptable, meet the planning policies. There's no unacceptable effects upon the residential amenity of any neighbours. There are no objections. The works are subordinate in appearance to the scale and size of existing dwelling. Design and finishes are all in keeping with the area. There's no consultations required as the proposal relates to alteration and extensions to the existing building. So the application meets all the relevant policy tests. Recommendation is approved subject to a standard time condition relating to the commencement of development within 5 years.
Okay, thank you. Darren, we have no representation, so can I move on directly to the members' debate? Any advice people might want from, members might want from officers? Councillor McClahary?
Thank you. Unless there's any debate, I mean, it's quite a straightforward report, and the house, I know that area quite well, and that house is in keeping with how other houses have been developed in that grouping, so I'm quite happy to go with the proposal.
Okay, proposal to go with the... Councillor McGrath, can I check, had you your light on? Apologies. Came on automatically as I went left, so I might bring yourself in at this point, Councillor McGrath. The second? All in agreement? Okay, we're all in agreement, members, and apologies, but I seen this light flash as I put yours on there, so. Yeah, no problem. So we'll just ask Darren to sum up then at this point.
Well, members, application number 2, LA10 2025-0322. Recommendation of officers was to approve, subject to one condition. Members have granted planning approval subject to that condition.
Okay, thank you. So we're moving on. Yeah, and just to note for the record that Councillor Maguire was absent and not part of that decision. No, so moving on to item 4, and that's to consider 3 files for decision by the Plan Committee, paper B, and application number 1 is LA10 2025-0026F, and that's the retention of Cattery. And Darren is going to take us through the application.
We shared the wrong one. Okay, members, so application number 1 then is LA10 2025-0026 by Mr. Barron for the retention of a cattery at 15 Acknacarra Road in Lisbon. And the recommendation is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the one reason. We'll just take members through the details then. On the screen then is the site location plan. And you can see the red line then goes around number 15 and is adjacent to number 8 and 9 Lakeside Manor. The public road then is on the right hand side of the red line with access directly out onto the road. So So the proposal is to retain a cattery that is currently on site. And the floor plan then shows the internal layout. So you can see there's 6 catteries, so individual pens or cages for the cats, with an access then by, along the bottom of the slide. You can see there's a 6-meter wide gap, which allows access into each individual pen. Externally then, the drawing shows the 2 elevations, so the front and the rear elevation. The front then is wire mesh grille with off-white painted timber. And the back then again is timber cladding with a clear polycarbonate roof. The side elevations then again, you've got the off-white timber painted cladding. And then on the left image, you can see there's a gate or an access allowing into the building. And that's just a photograph then of what's currently on the ground, members. You can see the access in and then the location of the pens inside. And then inside, members, some photographs just from one end looking down, and then the other one then turning looking back on yourself again, so you can see into the individual pens. So the proposal says to retain an unauthorised cattery. The location then is adjacent to the applicant's house, and you can see the dwelling there identified with the red arrow. The cattery then is adjacent to that along the gable. The front of the building faces towards the gable. Adjacent neighbours then are along the green line at the bottom. And again, members, that's just to zoom in so you can see the location in relation to the applicant's house. The aerial image then, members, if you're looking at the plan, you can see the yellow star. If you imagine you're standing there at the back of the applicant's house and you're looking at the side elevation, you can see then the light tin or coloured building is the cattery. So if you're standing there looking at that gable, that's the view then, members, of what you'll see. So that's the side elevation of the house, with the gable of the house then going around the right-hand side. And the cattery then is the building then and in front of you. So if you then turn around on yourself, members, in the yellow star, if you're standing there and you turn around, and the cattery then will be on your left-hand side beside the gable, and you're looking then at the adjacent boundary. That's the view then you would have looking over towards the adjacent properties within Lakeside Manor. So members, just to give you an update there, our planning officers received a request then for a deferral of the application for 1 month to allow a noise and odour report to be submitted. Officers would resist such a request, and the issue of the odour is not relevant to the application. It's not one of the issues related to the reason for refusal. The only issue relates to noise. The application was submitted on 9th of January. A planning statement submitted then on the 29th of January. The case officer then contacted the agent on the 20th of March and advised that his continuity policy and the issues, and allowed 2 weeks in for the submission of additional information. A planning statement then came in on the 1st of April. Planners then produced a report and recommendation on the 23rd of May, and the application was subsequently called in. The request then for the deferral to submit the noise report and odour report was received on the 13th of June. So as the application came in on the 9th of January, and only a request then, on the 13th of June. Excuse me. So officers consider there's been ample time for a report to be submitted. In relation to the issues, members, as the noise is the sole issue, environmental health have been consulted and have not requested a noise report. Planning officers have not requested a noise report. The application's in situ and everybody can see it there. Everybody knows what's proposed here. So it's the pens with cats. So really there's no need for a noise report to come along and tell everybody that it's pens with cats. So the additional information really is not needed, and it will also cost the applicant money to produce the report. So officers are of the view that the request should not be agreed in accordance with the planning protocol. I would request the application is progressed on to a recommendation and decision today.
Councillor Mahan, you wanted in at this point?
Chairman, I'm having a bad time with today. I'm going to have to clear an interest in this one as well. I just realised. If I can leave, thank you.
No problem, it's noted. Councillor. Okay, members, we do have speaking rights in respect to this application, both in support and in objection to the application. So first of all, I would invite via WebEx Tracy Barron, the applicant, and also Robert Brown, the agent. So we have 10 minutes allocated to the representation. and if you can introduce yourself and sort of agree how to divide the time, and also make sure your camera is turned on for the duration. See Robert Brown there present, yeah?
Thank you, Chair. It's Robert Brown here and Tracy Barnes with me.
Okay, you're very welcome. In your own time, I'll give you I'll mention when it's 9 minutes, if that's okay.
That's fine, thank you.
And your camera is just not showing us we're not able to see on the camera at present.
I'm looking. Working.
Still not able to see there, just might need to be enabled.
I'm sorry, it's not working.
We'll just try to.
No.
Yeah. I think we'd be happy to proceed at this juncture, just to hear your representation.
Okay.
If that's
Sorry,
okay.
Chair.
Go ahead, no problem.
Okay. This application is for the retention of a cattery business, which is operated from a small timber building located in the garden of a house at Kerry Bridge. The building is at the gable end of the client's house, which screens the cattery building off from any neighbouring dwelling. It is located behind the front of the client's dwelling and adjacent to an existing carport and covered storage area. The timber building is 26 metres in area, divided up into 6 pens, and can accommodate a maximum of 8 cats. The hours for drop-off and collection is between 8 a.m. and 3 p.m. The site is a large garden area which provides a comfortable confined space to accommodate any related activities to the cattery. The cattery business has been approved and granted a licence by DAERA, which confirms that the client adheres to the legislation laid out so as not to cause nuisance conditions to neighbouring properties. As regards to relevant policies which are applicable, we will put forward the following. DAO 1 General Amenity Requirements. This states that the Council will not support development proposals where they are unacceptably affect residential amenities of nearby properties, such as outlook, privacy, sunlight, daylight, or noise. The location of the cattery building behind the gable wall of the client's dwelling means that it will have no impact on the visual amenity of any neighbouring property or result in loss of light or overshadowing of any property. The fact that DAERA have granted licence confirming that the client adheres to legislation means they are content with the odour and noise not being a problem. Also, environmental health have no sustainable objections and indeed have only recommended informatives. There have been 2 letters of objection as well as 2 letters of support from the public. One of these letters of objection actually refers to dog barking and no mention of any cat noises. It should also be noted that the client has several cats along with other animals of her own. Indeed, the objector complained to environmental health but was informed that these animals were acceptable and would not be taking any action. DAO 2 Design and Quality. The building is small, 26 square metres, and constructed with timber. Therefore, the design and materials used are in keeping with the existing dwelling and outbuildings on the site. It is considered that the development would not cause detrimental harm to the appearance or character of the location, and that there is sufficient garden and amenity space of the site. PR1 Land Use and Transport. There will only be a small number of vehicles visiting the site per day, as it is infrequent visitors calling or to leave off or collect their cats. DFI Roads have stated they are happy to approve the access subject to small changes. SPO2 settlements. The location is within Kerry Bridge, which is designated as a small settlement. The development is very small in scale and will meet the development needs of this policy. This business has been operating for over 12 months, in which the client has reported maximum capacity at various times of the year, which demonstrates the viability of this small business. It meets the local needs. With this building being located beside the client's dwelling, it allows for 24-hour care if needed. It will also help benefit the rural economy, providing a unique service in Fermanagh. The client has won several awards for business, and she is a trusted carer for several local veterinary practices and animal rescue charities. We feel this small business meets an existing demand for caring for cats in this county. The small scale of the business and its location behind the gable of the dwelling provides adequate screening from any neighbouring properties. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. We do have time for approximately 6 minutes more representation.
Hi, I'm Tracy Barron, Chair and committee members. Thanks for letting me speak.
You're welcome.
Firstly, I apologise for not applying for planning permission before building the cattery. That was a completely innocent oversight. I've not been involved in business before or anything to do with planning, and I wasn't aware that for what is basically the construction of a large shed that I would need planning permission. I was naive and no one advised me that I needed it, Deirdre or my joiner, so I sincerely apologise, or I would have gone about things the right way. I always do everything by the book. I've always loved animals. I grew up on a farm and I always wanted to work with animals, but I never pursued that until after the pandemic. It changed my perception on things and what was important. I worked for the NHS for 15 years and suffered serious burnout and issues with my mental health. My youngest son is awaiting ASD assessment, so I need to be at home more to support him. And last year, my husband had treatment for cancer, so he needed me at home through that time. But financially, I couldn't not work. Upon doing some research, I realised that there was a need for someone to go into people's homes and take care of their animals while they were on holidays. I researched it fully and started pet sitting. Doing this, I realised there was also a need for a small standalone cattery in the Fermanagh area because all the existing catteries run alongside kennels. I have a lot of experience with cats through fostering for rescues and always having cats as pets, and I realise from experience how stressful a cattery setting within kennels is, as cats are very sensitive animals. Some people prefer a cattery as they know their cattery is well, or their cat is well cared for and safe, and that they don't need to impose on family. That is where the idea came from. 6 units is very small scale, and it means every cat gets a lot of one-to-one time. I can only have a maximum of 8 cats at one time, and obviously summertime is peak season, but my maximum tends to be 6 cats. And although I have bookings all year, I am a new business which is doing well for its first year. I would not have opened the cattery had I not thought there was a need. I've been inspected by DAERA and complied with all their rules and regulations, which is no mean feat. I have, prior to opening, been in constant discussion with them and made all the necessary changes that they requested. It has taken months prior to opening to ensure compliance with their regulations, which are lengthy. We located the cattery to the side of the house so that it doesn't impose on neighbouring properties. It can't be seen from the other side of the house as it runs less than the width of our house. It also faces the side of the house. We bought our house in July 2021 when the new houses were just bricks and no one was living in them. We'd planned this home to be our home in the country where we would have chickens and goats and grow our own veg. We added a catio, which is an enclosed pen with a roof, to the side of the house outside our kitchen window. This does face the side of the neighbouring property, but we have trees which block the view and sound between properties. The catio is to allow our own indoor cats safe outside access. The window is kept open and our cats can come in and out as they please. They are never shut outside, especially not in all weathers, as has been stated. This was erected for our own pets. My animals are all rescues and some have come from dreadful situations, so I provide for them the best possible. That includes spaying and neutering them from a young age before they are allowed access outside. None of my cats have ever been in heat and don't howl and caterwaul. They never have. This cage, as it has been referred to, is for use for my own cats and not in any way associated with the business. As has been stated, the cattery is the only place I keep paying guests. It is apparent the issue is with my own personal cats in the catio on the side of my house where apparently the bedroom of the neighbouring property faces it. It is also below my own bedroom, which was there such a noise issue I wouldn't be able to sleep either. There are stray cats and farm cats living on our road. I cannot control other people's cats, and I have never had any issues with other people's caterwauling cats or cats fighting. Given that cats are free to roam, it is almost impossible to determine what cats are making noise, if any. Like I said, it has never caused any noise issues for myself or my children. I've never had a dog minding business at my property, but I do have dogs of my own who are licensed, well trained and well behaved. They go outside to toilet. We always accompany them to ensure
Just
they aren't
1
barking.
minute remaining there, sorry.
They live in the house. They're only outside to toilet and play. There is no continuous barking. Environmental Health has sent me letters. Each one has differing noise complaints from the same neighbour who, upon asking the neighbour to keep a log and submit it, this has never been done, nor has any noise issues ever been proven by the neighbour. She has also had Environmental Health to visit, which they found no issue. All these complaints are regarding my own pets, not cattery cats. My neighbour has told lies and made malicious, unfounded complaints to many departments within the council and to DAERA, who have been on site with me on many occasions and knew them to be untrue. It has never even been stated by her that the licence was issued by the council for the cattery, which isn't the case. The said cage is again a word used to describe a hen coop and a run to comply with DAERA chicken keeping legislation and rabbit runs which comply with the RSPCA welfare recommendations for keeping such animals. As much as I love them to be able to free roam in
Sorry,
the
the
field.
10 minutes have now lapsed. If you could just
Okay.
bring your comments to a close. Thank you.
Just the end.
Okay. The reality here is 6 cats do not cause any noise disturbance, especially at the distance from the neighbouring properties. It is facing the wall of our house, a fair distance from the neighbour. I would never have set up my business that would cause unnecessary disturbance to my neighbour. Hence a cattery which causes next to no noise. Cats are not noisy. I have cameras for added security on my property, which will prove the lack of
Okay,
noise.
I'm just going to ask you to stop at this point because we've gone perhaps maybe
Okay.
half a minute over, and I want to be consistent in respect of all representations to the committee today. So I do thank you for your representation, and we would provide an opportunity for members if they have any questions for the applicant at this point or the agent. Councillor Freely.
Yeah, thanks, Shane. I want to wish you best of luck in the year ahead, Glenn. It's a strange one, this. I never heard telecatteries much out in the rural area, but I was just wondering, is it mostly your own cats she's keeping there, or does people ring out to keep cats there? And is there demand for this? Like, did many people use this? I was just wondering, I'm curious.
Hi. Yeah, there is a demand for it. Yeah. It's not my own cats. No, it's a business, a cattery business that people ring and book in for their holidays, and they bring their cats to me. But at the maximum, really, I've never had more than 6 cats at any one time, and but there is definitely a demand. Given that I don't keep dogs as well, so it's more less stressful for cats.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Any further questions for the applicant or agent here? Councillor McClahary.
Do you have any rules? I know my dog goes to stay somewhere and it has to be all animals have to be neutered. Have you any rules like that? Was it all
Yeah.
neutered cats that you deal with, or is
It is, yeah. Yeah, it's all neutered cats, all vaccinated. They all have to provide details of everything to me. That is actually within the DAERA legislation as well, which is quite lengthy to comply with, and I do insist on that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions at this point? Okay, nobody is indicating, so with that, I thank Robert and Tracy for making representation to the committee. And I would also note at this point, we do have representation in objection to the application. That's from Annette Dixon. I'll invite Annette over to my left here to to make representation. So, and I would also note that Councillor Thompson has arrived during the course of this application, so he will not be taking part in the decision. Make a note of that. And for this part of the meeting, we allocate 5 minutes for objectors. So sort of if you introduce yourself and in your own time, I'll give you a wee warning when we approach sort of 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity for speaking. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Annette Dixon, and I object to the application for a cattery submitted by neighbours Paul and Tracy Barron. The cattery is an open construction with a perspex roof. There is no soundproofing, so it is really only useful as a means to contain the animals and prevent them from escaping. It does nothing to dull the noise, and to that end, the cats may as well be sitting out in the garden with the other animals at that side of the house, as I can still hear them. The catio is in constant use, and the establishment is attracting other cats from around the area. I frequently see them crawling over the top of the catio. They are constantly noisy as they fight with each other and cry. They come into my garden and foul, and they also come into my awning. I have counted roughly 78 different cats in total. I challenged the Barons about the noise and the cats, but they maintain they belong to them and have nothing to do with the cattery business. My point is, if they have no control over their own animals, then how are they going to control the noise from the cats and other animals they bring into their care? The recommendation by DFI Roads in relation to visibility displays suggests cutting back the hedging at the rear of the utility pole on the southern side of the entrance to 15 Acnacara Road. This hedge forms my boundary and is my property to maintain. It is cut to height to afford me privacy and security, so people walking or driving by cannot see over. The hedges were retained for the preservation of wildlife, the same reason native trees had to be planted in my garden as directed by planning. I do not give permission for this alteration to my property. I don't want to be at odds with my neighbours, and I have some sympathy for the Barons, but the fact is they have purchased a property for the purpose of establishing a business without ascertaining first its suitability through the appropriate channels. Furthermore, they have conducted the business in a poor manner with no consideration for the peace and tranquility of their neighbours. My sleep is constantly disturbed by the noise of the cats through the night. I've had a lot of sleepless nights, which has caused me great stress, whereby I struggle to function the next day. Overall, this is extremely detrimental to my health and well-being. I too have had cancer. Twice, if that's a relevant point. In relation to their points about DAERA, at the outset, when I discovered that they actually had obtained a licence, I phoned and spoke to Stephen McElroy from DAERA, and he advised that he issued the licence without first inspecting the property. In relation to the current application, I have recently made application through the Freedom of Information to ascertain exactly what took place in issuing that licence, but I haven't yet heard word back. In relation to all these points, I don't wish to embellish the situation. It's uncomfortable living next door to neighbours, and I don't want to be fighting with them. And I therefore respectfully request that this application is declined.
Okay, thank you for your representation. Annette, is there any members' questions to the objector at this point? Councillor Devine Gallagher.
Thank you. Can I just ask, when you talk about at night time with the cats making the noise, could you explain that more to me? It's just, I always was under the impression that dogs would make more noise than cats. I know that cats can make like a screaming noise when different things are happening or if they're fighting and stuff. But like, is you talking every night of the week this is happening, and is it constantly every night?
Sorry, just a moment there. Just sure we can hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. The issue with the noise is the cats make this caterwaul, and my understanding is from researching it, it's because they're in heat other cats come in and want to obviously mate with them, and they're in this catio that they can't be reached. The barons, you know, in conducting the business, have had also numerous dogs. At the moment, they seem to only have about 2 or 3. And yes, I did ask Environmental Health to investigate that on 2 occasions. Nothing ever came of it. They sent me out a 3rd sort of document to complete. And I just thought, well, where is the point? Because Mrs. Barron told me over the fence that the council weren't going to do anything about it. So I thought, you know, where's the point? I'm wasting my time completing these forms that, you know, are going to be ignored. And also Mr. Barron, when I said to him about the dogs barking, he just went, well, they're dogs. What do you want me to do? You know, it's their responsibility to prevent those animals from making noise. And if this license is issued, it just gives Mrs. Barron a license and encourages her to bring in animals from all over. She's admitted that she looks after animals for vets, and they're not capable of restricting the noise that upsets my peace and tranquility and gives me the peace to sleep at night. You know, they let the dogs out at 11:30, 12, 12:30 at night. Well, I could be in my night's sleep, and then you're woken up, and then I can't get back to sleep again.
Thank you. Councillor Feely.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah. I just was wondering, does this noise the cats, the squealing and stuff on during the day as well, as if just mostly at night?
Came back from shopping and one of the cats was in the cattery. It was actually snowing and the cat was wailing and they let it sit outside. I love animals too. I actually sponsor a dog in Hullabaloo. And I do feel sympathy for them, but they've just chosen the wrong house to set up this business. They seem to think that, you know, they said to me, well, we were here first. Well, check the land registry, because that'll tell you who actually purchased the property first. And I think you'll find it was actually me. They didn't, I moved in February 22 and they didn't move into sometime after that. And anyway, that's irrelevant. You know.
Councillor Devine Gallagher.
Yeah, I'll just come in again. Do you have any video footage or any actual evidence to support your claims about the cats at night and the squealing and stuff?
Video footage, because of obviously, I'm not sure about the issues around privacy laws. But to tell you the truth, it's got to the pitch and I thought, if I'm woken up one more night, I'm actually going to get in my car and drive round to Actacar Road and waking them up. Because obviously they can sleep through this racket and noise. I can't.
Okay, members, any more questions for our objector? Nobody is indicating, so at this point, I thank you for taking time to speak to the committee and invite you to return to the gallery.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. No problem. And now, at this point, I would also ask the applicant and agent if they have any points they want to make specifically around accuracy. So in respect of what the objector had said, if there's any points they want to clarify in terms of accuracy, and if not, we'll move on. So that's just for Tracy or Robert.
How do we all move?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to that, my own cats are all neutered and spayed. They're not in heat, and that doesn't happen. That's not true. My animals are rescue animals, so they've either come to me neutered or spayed, or they've been done at like 4 months old. The dogs, nothing to do with the dogs is relevant to the cattery application whatsoever. And we go out with our dogs all the time when they toilet so that they're not making noise. We are mindful of our neighbours. To be honest with you, if the catcalling and caterwauling, as it's said, is happening every night of the week. I think that would probably waken us up as well. I have young kids, so I think it would be an issue. It's not true.
Okay, thank you for your response. An opportunity now then for members, if they have any questions for our officers. Maybe I ask the planning officer to comment first. Darren?
Yes, members, just I remind you that the application is for the retention of the cattery. So when we're dealing with this application, dogs and all those things are not, and antisocial behaviour or anything like that linked to the site is not relevant. What is before you today is an application to retain the cattery, and the plans then have been on the screen showing the location of the cattery and the number of animals that can go into it. Those are the narrow issues that you must focus on today and make a decision on today.
Councillor McElduff?
Thank you, Chair. It's just an administrative point. I think in a previous application, the way the agenda was laid out, the order of things, it said that there was an opportunity for the applicant to respond to issues arising in relation to accuracy. But I don't see it there on that occasion, Is that just an administrative error?
Thank
Okay,
you,
thank you.
Councillor, for spotting that.
Yep.
That was just an admin error, is right. Councillor Irvine?
Just a couple of questions for Darren, point of clarity. I mean, there's one point for refusal that's under SPO 1, and that's with regard to residential amenity in terms of noise and general disturbance. I refer back to the earlier part of the report in our own environmental health. Both sides, both the applicant and the objector, have referred to no noise or excessive noise. I would have expected to see possibly some justification for either side in the report through the Environmental Health Service. Should it have been monitors or something like that? Because, forgive me if I'm wrong, Darren, but what's hinging on this is really the noise, the amenity. It's not the general principle of having a cattery in that location. So if the noise could be overcome, there's a possibility then that may move forward. The other issue with regard to sightlines, correct me if I'm wrong, the sightlines can be provided as part of this application because DFI have looked for 2 metres by 45. It's a civil matter whether the land needed to provide the sightlines is within the ownership of the applicant or not. So that can stand outside. It's not material to the application going forward. So possibly if you could comment first of all on the noise and basically the justification. Thank you.
Yeah, in relation to the noise, that is the sole issue. Odours is not relevant. There are no odour complaints or anything, and it's purely the noise from the cattery. In terms of the application, it's for the retention of the cattery, so it's a retention of it as it stands. It's not for the amendment of it or the change to it or additional works. So the decision before members today is, as it stands before you, is it acceptable or not in terms of planning policy? If you think it is acceptable, then you move to an approval. If you think it's unacceptable, you can refuse, or you could defer the application and ask the applicant to go away and look at some mitigation measures to put in additional soundproofing or other measures that they may wish to put in place to try and mitigate the noise, things like that there. So there is an opportunity for that. It would require a change to description, but that could all be tied in by officers and resolved. We would then consider that and bring that back before you at a later date. In terms of the visible displays, yes, you're correct, 3.4 by 45. If the development is approved, there'd be a condition saying you have to keep those clear. And if there's third-party lands required to do that, then that's going to be an issue that the applicant must resolve, because if they don't, then breach the end of the planning condition.
Thank you for that clarification. And on the back of that clarification, I would like to propose that we defer it back to the officers in regard to, one, the provision by the agent on behalf of the applicant, some sort of noise report carried out over a reasonable period of time, not just an afternoon or an evening or something like that. There has been reference to nighttime as well as daytime activity. So if I'm looking for a noise report, whoever's going to provide it, it must be carried out either at different times or over a sustained period, maybe a week or something like that. And also the proposed mitigation, if need be, to actually reduce. I don't think we could ask for elimination of noise, but at least substantially reduce it. So that's my proposal. Thank you. And I'm not putting a time period on that. I'll leave that in the hands of the officers. Thank you.
Okay, proposal. Councillor Irvine, Councillor O'Reilly.
Thanks, Chair. I want to second the proposal made by Robert to get a noise survey. And I'm going to say this delicately, Chair, the application hinges on the noise issue. And I don't think applications should be coming in front of us here without the proper evidence, particularly in a pointed case where you have one specific thing that it hinges on as such. And in future, I would like to see that applications are coming in with the proper information to allow us to make decisions and not have to defer them and put them back in there. Because this one, a sideline civil matter that's outside of our brief with it there, and the noise report needs to be accompanying the application. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Devine Gallagher.
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarity, so if we move to defer, does that mean that the applicant can't, the business will cease at the minute, or can she still operate?
Well, there is an accompanying enforcement investigation by the planning department. We will have to look and see, because that action has been held to see what happens with this application. We as officers will have to make a decision now, do we need to proceed on with enforcement action? For example, ask the building to cease while this is all resolved. The difficulty will be if there's going to be noise monitoring, there needs to be cats in the building so that they can monitor the thing. So it'll be a decision for officers to see what we can do. But I think if the deferral goes forward today and the applicant is agreeable to submit the report, then that's carried out, say, over the summer. The next committee meeting that we'll be back to will be September. And I'm sure the objectors, if they, they see that a proper investigation is being carried out, another couple of months maybe could resolve the whole thing one way or the other, then that would be appropriate to go with that. But the earliest we would come back to would be the September meeting.
Was just wondering, is it possible that we could do a temporary approval with conditions?
Yes.
I've just got no's here and I just got a yes with yourself, so.
Yeah. No, if you want, members, the use could be temporary, the approval could be temporary if you want. Putting in the maximum of 8 dogs and the drop-off times and no dog boarding and noise mitigation measures agreed with the EHS, and then a review if we reviewed it after 9 months. If there's an appropriate time scale agreed, members, it's for you to agree. A year normally would be a temporary permission, would be something I would normally go for. And the applicant then will have to reapply after the year.
Yes, yeah. It's just with you saying that if she can't work further on, then we can't get the evidence of the noise and stuff. So.
To think about when we come back, maybe, instead of predetermining anything in the future.
Right.
Okay, members, we have a proposal to defer from Councillor Irvine. It's been seconded by Councillor O'Reilly. Are we all in agreement? I do note at this point, sorry, the objector has indicated, but at the point of decision, we don't have any facility in our protocol to allow representation at this stage. Just to note that. And Councillor Maguire and Councillor Thompson are not taking part in the decision, having missed part of the debate. So is everyone else in agreement? Okay, all great. Thank you, members.
Okay, members, so application number 1 then, LA 10 2025-0026F. Officers recommended for refusal. For the reason listed in the report and subject to one reason, members have decided to defer the application in accordance with Planning Committee protocol. So that'll be under G then, deferral of the application to allow information to be submitted in relation to noise and also then suggestions on mitigation measures. The application then will be brought back to committee in the event of amendments or changes coming in. Those will come back to you. In any event, the application will return in September sometime.
Thank you. Okay, members, I think Councillor Irvine, yeah?
Chair, before we go into the next application, which could be an elongated one, I'm not prejudging it with regard to time. Could I propose a comfort break, please?
Okay, comfort break proposed, seconded by Councillor Bratt. What will we take? 10 past, come back at what time? 20 past, okay, 10 minutes. I have no plans to get rid of that break just yet. So. back. We're going to move on now to we're still on item 4, and it's application number 2, which is LA 10 2021 0257F. And Darren is going to take us through that application.
Okay, members, so application number 2, LA 10 2021 0257. It's a full application for a housing development in Lough Macrory, and the full proposal and location there is in the report. The applicant is DBN Limited, and the recommendation of officers is to refuse planning permission for the reasons listed within the report and subject to the 4 reasons. Just before I go through the presentation, members, just to remind you, so the application was presented to the committee back in December 2022. At the meeting, members unanimously agreed the principle of housing on the site was acceptable, and the proximity and impacts on adjacent farms was all acceptable, and there was no issues. The application was delegated back to officers to progress the application having regard to that unanimous view. So discussions have continued between ourselves and the applicant, and including DFI Roads. No agreement can be reached then, unfortunately, in relation to the roads issues, and that's the sole issue before you today, so roads and pedestrian footpath link. The issue of the footpath link, though, does affect on the amenity of a neighbour, and that is before you as well, members, within the report. So the applicant has sent in an update through his agent today. He sent in a slide, 2 slides, which I've included in the presentation, and he'll be able to use the device and go through that himself. I think it's for Paul's first time here, so he can work through that when we come to that. So the application then, members, you'll recall, just to go through this, you'll recall then the application is located in Lough Macrory, just the edge of settlement limit. There's 3 fields in around an existing farm group which are proposed to be developed for housing. And that's the image then looking in towards the location. So the 3 reasons for refusal, members, as you'll see. So the first one then relates to road safety, that the road widening and footpath link cannot be provided along the public road. So the access to the development will come in from the left-hand side, roughly along the left position of the end of that yellow arrow. Then road improvements are required along the public road, and DFI Roads have also advised that footpath link is required. Excuse me. So in relation to the existing road, that's what you see at the moment from Google Street View. So from our access into the site, which will be on the right-hand side, then you can see then the view looking towards the village of Lough Macrory, and along here then DFI Roads have advised that improvements are required. If you travel along the road, then you have an access into the right to the farm. You also have another access over in the left. You can see that then at the wooden gate, and other accesses further along the road. So as we come along the road, then you can see the number of accesses along there. And then as you come along, so you can see, members, there is a tarmac road, but no real verge along there for people to step in off the public road if they meet a vehicle. As you come along then past the dwelling, you can see further on up the road then there is an existing footpath. So that's it there on the screen. So the advice from DFI Roads as a statute consultee is that a footpath link is required from the access all the way up to join into that existing footpath. So that's the view then. If you turn just and look back down the road towards the application's entrance, which is further on down the big tree on the left. So along that public road then, members, there are a number of accesses, and this is where DFI Roads have advised that any road widening will impact upon the visibility displays from those accesses. So you can see there's 2 on one side of the road and then the 4 on the other side of the road. So what's proposed then, members? A lot of information in this plan, members, so I'll cut it down and break it down and go through that. But you can see the layout then. It's like an L-shaped layout with the access coming in off the public road at the top left. The road comes in and then bends around towards a turning head at the end of the development. The houses then will be laid along the road. The public road then is a big black arrow at the top of the slide. So just to go through then and break that down. So the access then will come in off the public road. And you can see then there's a double road, so in and out access there for cars to come in and out. And then vehicles will travel along that road. As you go along, then you come round to the layout, then shows these house 1s to 8, and you can see then the proximity to the adjacent farm. But as I say, members have already previously commented on that, and that is considered within the report and is already material and dealt with. You go on further around, then you can see the other houses in the layout. And again, they're all acceptable in regards to the comments of members previously. Come along then to the end of the development, you can see the turning head there, the open space area, and the houses then laid out along that development. So at the end then, the turning head, members, you can see then the black arrow. If you look to the right-hand side of the black arrow, there's a green area of landscaping. And then immediately to the right of that again, then there's a new footpath proposed. So that's annotated on the plan as a footpath link to the village network and provide street lighting along this track. And you can see then on the right-hand side that it'll provide a footpath link and trees, etc., along the mere boundary as identified on the plan. So the agent then has sought to rebut the comments of roads and gone through those and has put forward amendments to the plan. So the area with the yellow star now previously had housing on it. Now that will be left out. There will not be any houses on it. And the argument being then that the desire line for pedestrians will be to walk up through the development and come out the other side rather than go down onto the public road here and seek to walk along the public road. The 2 speed control bumps are proposed. You can see them there on the public road as part of the application. And that's their location then, just in relation to the village. So they've been located there. So the applicant has carried out an updated survey, and that is on the screen, and that shows the existing road widths, and they're shown along the road there. You can see 5415 on the left, and then you can work your way through. So they've also shown then and commented on the overall layout along that public road and what is required. So I'll just go into that in more detail. So this is the access then. The new access is on the left. DFI Roads have said there's a desire line for pedestrians to exit onto Loch Macrory via this point. So the applicant has amended the layout in response to that. And then also at the bottom in red, you can see the site's been removed. The footpath at site 1 is further away. The desire line has been removed. They will also propose then, you can see over on the right, to widen the existing road out. And that'll be included within the road and the verge. As you move along then, the public road, you can see then again, the agent has sought to deliver the full 5.5 metre wide road widening within the existing road and without requiring any third-party lands, but is not providing or proposing a footway link along here. And again, he's shown photographs there of the road widening that is required. So you can see the tarmac and then the road edge will be widened out along the blue lines. So DFI Roads have been consulted on that, and their comments and latest comments back on 15th of May really repeat what they've been saying for some significant time, members, and this is why the application has been brought to you today to bring this to a head. They are saying that regardless of the existing width, they would not give consent to allow the carrying out of additional road widening works along the Loch Macrory Road without the accompanying footway provision. The road was required to be 5.5 metres plus the footpath, and that's the key issue before you today, members. Planning officers have tried to negotiate with roads and resolve this matter, and there's been no success. They are statutory consultee who provide us with advice, and as officers in the council, then we would have to come up with some clear and compelling reason why you would go contrary to their advice. In relation to reason 2, remember you can see then there is the footpath link then that runs along the back of the houses on the right-hand side. The planning office is concerned then about the impact it has upon Drummond Glen by reason of overlooking the loss of privacy. So the footpath link then will be used by pedestrians coming down from the housing development, and they will walk along the back of the houses. And that's the view at the moment. So you can see then the lane will, or the footpath will run parallel with that wooden fence. Now the applicant is proposing to put in a 1.8 metre high palisade fence with landscaping. However, a 1.8 metre high fence is not going to be tall enough to stop people looking over that. So they will still be able to see into the back private areas of the houses, plus in the rear windows of those properties as well. So there's amenity issues for those properties from the new laneway or the new footpath. In addition, members, you'll note from the report there's a third reason for refusal related to affordable housing. If members and the application is able to be resolved, officers and the applicant could agree the affordable housing. So it's not really an issue today. The issues before you today are in relation to the road widening and footpath link. If the application is refused, that reason would be on. If it's not, Then we will go back and try and resolve them. And as part of that, we'll also sort out the affordable housing. So it's there, but it's not really for discussion or needs to be discussed today, members. So the recommendation is to refuse road widening and footpath link has not been provided and detrimental impact on Drummond Glen by reason of overlooking loss of privacy.
Again, members, thank you, Darren. We have representation in support of the application here from Paul Bradley. As you come forward to my left. And as you'll be aware, Paul, we allocate 10 minutes to this part of the meeting, and I'll let you know when we've reached 9 minutes, all right? So your own time, work away.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to firstly thank the committee for calling in this application, for the opportunity to speak in support of it. Some of the members were previously at the last committee on this application, and it was agreed unanimously that the principle of the development for this application is acceptable, as Darren has pointed out. Key points in this report are 4 reasons, but as Darren has indicated, numbers 3 and 4 can be addressed fairly easily. Item 3 mentions overlooking, loss of privacy along with security. Our proposal, we have suggested screen fencing and feature trees, but there was a suggestion from an objector, number 2, Drummond Glen, that if we provided a screen wall and hedge planting, he'd be satisfied with that. Our applicant has no issue. We can agree that with Darren and address that issue and do it the whole way up along the path, no issue. On the issue of security, number 151 Loch McCrory window, and you'll see it in the Google images, has side windows looking straight out onto the path. So that will be informally supervised. And furthermore, number 23 in our site has front windows looking straight down the pathway. So between 151 and our new dwelling, that will be fully supervised with informal surveillance, and this will prevent any social behaviour. Now, item 4 deals with affordable housing. I think Darren's covered that. That can be resolved without me wasting time on it here if it goes any further forward. So basically, planning are not putting forward any refusal reasons here. It is really down to roads issues, road widening and the footpath. Now, the report states that DFI claim that the widening without the footpath along the Loch McCrory will reduce site space at existing accesses. Our latest submission that Darren just showed you there shows very clearly that 5.5 metre width along the entire frontage from the entrance to the link can be achieved. It further shows that this will not reduce any existing site space. In fact, our proposal is improving the site space at 2 of the accesses. It is factually incorrect for DFI to insist that site space will be reduced. At the access closest to the site entrance, the existing splay from one of the farm accesses will be improved from 18 metres to 90 metres. At number 151, our applicant has a legal easement for site space across that frontage, and there in the images it shows a large hedge. This will all be fully removed, and their sightline is going to be increased from virtually no sightline to a 65 metre sightline. So that's 2 improvements. There's no reduction anywhere in any of these improvements. So with the 2 accesses adjacent to the minor road widening are being significantly improved without the footpath setback, I just don't understand why DFI comments are still there on us reducing sightlines. It's not happening. No other accesses on the other side of the road are affected by any improvements. The bottom of page 16 of this report, the rationale for DFI not giving consent is because the widening without the footpath will reduce the site space and create greater conflict. So if we are actually improving these same site space, then this advice is factually incorrect. On the provision of the footpath along the Loch McCrory Road, this would not follow the more natural desire line of our proposed footpath. The report before the members mentions on a number of occasions that the proposed footpath in our application follows the more natural desire line. Since the last committee meeting, we have removed the additional houses, and to ensure that our proposed footpath will follow this natural desire line for all houses. 9 times out of 10 when we're dealing with DFI roads, they request that a footpath follows the natural desire line, and that's what we're doing. This site, this logic just is not there for some reason. In the worst case in this site, some of the residents of one house would have to walk 370 metres instead of 70 metres to get to the point closest to the village, which does not make sense. Now, as well as that, only sites 1 and 2 would have to walk slightly less by going along the Lochmacrory Road. There's a reference within the report to encourage walking through design. A longer footpath is not going to encourage people to walk. Why would intelligent residents go against the desire line and a shorter route? Now, on page 17, under item 2, footway link, it states that a footway link is required to provide safe pedestrian access to the village. At the bottom of the same section, it clarifies that there are a number of accesses into the farm and nearby with vehicles coming and going, impacting upon the safety of pedestrians. This is exactly why the alternative footpath is proposed. It follows the desire line, it avoids multiple farm accesses that uses large vehicles, and it provides the requested safe pedestrian access to the village. This will also totally keep pedestrians and vehicles separate and totally avoid any conflict between the pedestrian and vehicles. The summary of DFI Road's comments are that they will not accept the road widening as a standalone improvement. However, we have an approval 6 miles to the east of this site in the small village of Dunamore. Darren has kindly included a copy of the layout for that, have you? Can I use it? There it is. Well, that's all I need. Now, if the members take a good look at this site, right? On this, the members can see that the road is all coloured in red. And this is an approved PSD layout. The road and the approved footpath is coloured in fully in red, which means it's a fully determined road. Also clearly visible to the very top left is the remote footpath that is approved. The same DFI Roads Office issued this approved PSD drawing, including adoption of the remote footpath. My next point has to be emphasised very importantly. At this application, there was no road widening and the road widths were as low as 4.5 metres in places. And the distance between the new site access and the remote footpath is the exact same distance as our proposal. No difference whatsoever. DFI has provided comment on the justification for accepting this. Darren actually sent a request very kindly to ask them what's the difference in these two sites. Now, their only response was that no existing access site space were being reduced. We're not reducing any. So that's it. There's no new policy, there's no new guidance quoted. There is none. Somehow, this is not acceptable on this site, but 5 miles down the road from the same roads office, it is acceptable. Now, I honestly think, and this has been done away with because of COVID and one thing and another, face-to-face meeting with ourselves, planners, and maybe some councillors would resolve this issue with roads, and that's how we got Dunamore over the line. Now, on page 9, there's comment on the provision of PSD drawings and the road remaining private. There's no logical reason why DFI can accept one application, not the other, and this should not be the case. On the road remaining private, the case officer and I had a discussion 2 weeks before this was put to the planning weekly list, and I actually suggested, look, if this is going down the wrong route, this road can remain private. That was put to the case officer. But it states this, the applicant's not agreeable with this within the record, so I just want to correct that record. But if we follow the logic being put forward, our proposed footpath following the desire line, with no vehicle accesses interfering with pedestrian paths, coming out onto unsafe, but one along the other village with 6 vehicles crossing it for large machinery is safer. I cannot honestly fathom that the committee members would agree with this logic. And at least 2 consultations from DFI Roads within part of this process, they were never actually recommending this should be refused. They said it should be noted that DFI Roads would not be in a position to prioritise this as a future road safety scheme to provide road and footway improvements. The application was approved at this stage. With our improvements and the provision of a safe footpath, there's never going to be any need for any future improvements. We're providing them. Now, this is the last deliverable site within the current settlement limits of Lochmacrory. There's no other ground left for development within the settlement. I'm involved with another site in the Lochmacrory village. It started 6 months ago with 22 houses. All were booked within the first 3 months. There's a very clear need for housing still in the area. The need exists for housing in the village, and councils, local constituents should not be denied housing over the position of footpath being here.
Just 1 minute there, Paul.
Yeah, I'll be done. There is a footpath being provided. It's 50 metres away from where they're asking. Now, in summary, if the road is really required, it can remain private. However, there's no reason why this proposal before committee cannot be approved and fully adopted. I do feel a meeting with DFI would explain any confusion they have over sightline reduction, because it's not happening. Face-to-face meeting is vital. This proposal, unlike Dunmore approval, is improving sightlines, the accesses, providing full 5.5 metre frontage. We're providing speed ramps to reduce speed, and we're delivering a safe desire line footpath separated from 6 distances. We had previous advice that a remote footpath would be acceptable because of health and safety reasons, and 6 farm accesses coming out along a new footpath just does not make sense to me. I'd respectfully request that the committee consider this positively for the last housing in Loch McCrory. However, failing that, I think a face-to-face meeting with all of us and maybe a councillor or two involved could seriously sort out this application. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Paul. An opportunity for members. Any questions for the agent? Councillor McElduff.
Thank you, Chair. Thank the agent, thank Mr. Bradley for the manner in which he tries to address the issues. I think that's expected of agents, that you take each of the planning hurdles one by one and that you address them, I find it very interesting that he himself is suggesting further discussions, as appropriate. And just note that for now, that could be the territory we're in, deferring perhaps. And maybe it's too early to suggest that, but it strikes me that further discussions could address the remaining issues, I would like to think, so at a relevant point, if no one else makes a contrary proposal, I would be of a mind to propose that in due course, Thank you, Chair.
Any further questions? Mr. Bradley? Councillor O'Reilly? Or comments?
Thank you, Chair. Just, Paul, the issue around the road service saying that there is the reduction in sightlines, surely that is a very easily verified sort of position to establish one way or the other. And I'm just wondering, how come we're in this territory with an application sitting in front of us? I just feel that there is a creeping attitude here coming to the planning committee that information that is not verified and not, accurate or missing altogether, and expecting decisions. And I think that's just something that we need to push back quite strongly on and understand that we must have accurate information coming forward. So there can't be a statutory agency like the road service putting forward information that is not able to be verified or hasn't been verified to allow us to make the decision on
it. To be fair to DFI Roads on this issue, this application's in from 2021. We initially put in a site survey that was carried out in 2020. We're now many years forward to that. Basically, what happened is there was an updated survey carried out just in the last 2 months, because we got a roads consultant involved and said surveys aren't always accurate, because it was so long ago. It was like 8 years of a difference between now and the previous survey that was carried out. Whenever we actually physically went and pulled the tape on the road, the original survey was different because there's roads improvements, roads are retarred, they're slightly widened, whatever. So with the most up-to-date survey, the road was slightly wider than what was physically in the 2017 survey that we had provided. But road service have sort of brushed over this and just keep repeating the same thing. But physically, I can go any Onis and we'll measure it. It's there.
Okay, thank you for that. Well, any further comments or questions? Councillor Irvine? Go ahead.
Yeah. It's a wee bit like Tom saying with regard to substantiation really of evidence. I think Paul, the agent, has just clarified the provision of updated information, which maybe or may not have been passed to or quantified or looked at by DFI Roads, and I'm not going to beat their back one way or the other. This has been in the system probably too long. You're right, but I think I would rather get a right decision rather than making a decision. And I think part of what Barry, Councillor Michael Duff, has alluded to is further clarification, because even Darren, you have said that two of the conditions, I think 3 and 4 basically, could be agreed. They're not real stumbling blocks. So I think for the want of clarity and better procedure, those need to be cleared up. And I think the issue that the agent Paul has referred to with regard to roads needs, I think, further, not desktop, but I think on-site investigation. And with that in mind, I'm reluctant, but I think in this case, for trying to get the right decision, I would be proposing that we refer it back to our officers to have further detailed discussions between the agent and the statutory agency that is at odds, because I don't particularly want to go against the statutory agency, but I want to make sure that their decision is based on current information that comes before the committee and is properly looked at by our officers, and the other issues could be dealt with. So that's my proposal.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McElduff?
Yep, and I'm happy to second Councillor Irvine's proposal. And it is important that all of the issues are addressed, you know, including any suggestion. If there was a suggestion of overlooking at one point, you know, all of these things need to be addressed. And I'm happy to second the proposal. Thank you.
Okay, that's been proposed and seconded. Darren, do you want to comment at this point?
Members, if I could just come in before there's a vote taken on this. So the proposal it really is to delegate the application back to officers. Given the issues that are before us and the efforts that I myself have made with roads, I don't see the outcome of those negotiations being successful. I'll be honest. So delegating it back to officers is only going to result in the application coming back to you. So can I just suggest that you defer the application? We'll go through the due process. Whatever the outcome of that is, we'll be back to you. See if having to put it on the weekly list, etc. Writing reports. So just defer the application and bring it back to you at a later date.
Members? Yeah. And all in agreement. Councillor Maguire, you want in there?
I'm happy enough to agree with the proposal, but just similar to Councillor O'Reilly, not once does it happen, but quite often it happens at the planning committee. The likes of road service, if what Paul has presented to us here, that there's an inaccuracy about the measurements of road, now that's fairly fundamental. I don't know what way we communicate with road service, but present to a committee of council adjudicating on a major housing development in a rural area that is, I think we're all would be supportive of the development of housing in the rural area, that it hinges on an inaccuracy about measuring a road. It seems very unsatisfactory to me. So I'm just wondering, is there any mechanism we can use with road service to eliminate such a basic error or a basic inexactitude, I suppose is the best way to describe it. But to be told that the road is 5+ meters, but the DFI say it's 4 point something meters, that's a bit fundamental for us to be deciding on housing in a rural area. That's my opinion. Cormac, thank you, Chair.
Just in response to that, members, that's not the case here, just to be clear, members. If it was, I wouldn't be sitting here with you today. I'll be very clear on that. The issue here is that DFI Roads are saying the road width is below 5.5 meters. They require the 5.5 meters. The applicant is proposing to widen that out to the 5.5 meters. But roads are saying, well, if you do that, well, you'll then reduce the visibility displays on the accesses that are there. That reduction in visibility displays increases the road safety issues for those accesses. So that's where roads are getting excited. Plus, they're saying if you're doing road widening, we want a footpath.
Councillor O'Reilly, you're happy enough? Go ahead, sir.
Far from it, Chair. Far from it. And I appreciate that your first afternoon in the chair. But like, I mean, you know, this has been one of the most confusing afternoons I've sat through planning, you know. I don't know how we verify information around here, but surely we need to get some sort of thing here. I accept that the road service, and it's somewhat mute here, is that there is an ability to widen the road by the client to 5.5. And road service is accepting that it can be, but they're saying the negative to that is that you're reducing the visibility displays to the entrances coming out onto that road. We're clearly having Paul sitting right in front of us saying, no, in actual fact, on 2 of those entrances, we're actually improving, one quite substantially improving. So here again, we're back to Councillor Maguire's fundamental point of accuracy of information from a statutory agency. And I go back to Tommy's point then, what is the mechanism that we can employ or pursue to ensure that there is accurate information coming back from statutory agencies? They can't on the one hand sort of say, well, we're not agreeing to this because X, Y, and Z, but then we are clearly being told, well, X, Y, and Z is not actually true as it pertains on the ground. So somewhere there we have a major issue to be able to allow members to sit around a table and make a decision.
So in roads, in the discussion with roads, they're clear that when you widen a road, you reduce visibility displays. And that to me is common sense. If you have an access and you drive up the edge of that tarmac at the moment, and then you move the edge of the tarmac back, your hedge is either side of you, don't move. Your car is going to be in a different position. So when you look left and right, you're in a different position, but you're going to be at a worse off position. So automatically widening roads makes the visibility displays worse. Now the applicant or the agent is of the view it doesn't. Now, we haven't got a plan showing that I can present to you today in detail showing visibility. Now the agents of the view it's okay, but I haven't got it drawn to show you today to confirm that and say that what the agent's saying is correct or not. Now, roads have looked at it on the ground. They have assessed it using their expertise as a statutory consultee doing this every day. They've looked at it and they've said, no, when you widen the road, this will reduce the visibility displays. So they haven't even asked for a plan. And I can understand that because automatically when you push a road width out, you reduce displays. So there's a conflict between statutory agencies who are the experts on the ground and what the applicant's saying. The way around this is to give a plan showing that and demonstrate that what you're saying as an applicant is fundamentally true.
I'm going to leave my comments there, Chair, at this point in the discussion, and I will take this up in a later discussion. Well, that's...
Yeah, no, well, I think we could let you respond, yeah.
The presentation that Darren presented was our latest road survey, clearly showing the improvements to accesses. No sightlines and no accesses are being reduced in width. It's clearly there in black and white from a survey that was carried out 2 months ago. So it's on the application presentation. But as I'm saying, continually roads are come back with the same rebuttal. I don't think they've looked at this drawing, in all honesty. And that's where I think the face-to-face meeting sorts out a lot more than looking at it on the screen. And by the way, and this is no down on anybody here, I have had roads officers ask me to send in paper prints full scale because looking at a screen and they only have an A3 printer, it doesn't work. You need the big A1 drawing to look at this properly. And that's the face-to-face meeting works.
Would it be helpful, members, if, I mean, I know, Darren, you've been in communication with road service. Is there any benefit in us as a plan committee raising this with maybe the general issue, I suppose, but how specific can we be as a plan committee Or does that require a meeting on site?
Well, I did invite them along today, members, because I knew this would be the key issue. But unfortunately, no one was available from Roads to participate in the meeting.
Councillor Maguire.
Just a thought on that. Could we, as a planning committee, if we have a planning application that is so much hinged on road service specific measurements and reasons, could we invite, if the planning application is being refused specifically and mainly on a road issue, that we request a representative from the road service to come? Would there be any merit in that or any benefit?
Paul might come in on that. Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So, members, as Darren has said, because of the issues that was, the key issues that really related to this application, Darren had invited DFI Roads along to this meeting so that we could actually thrash out the actual exact detail on what the issues were and let members see that and debate it. And I don't think Road Service had agreed to attend. So certainly we're open to writing to DFI Roads as part of this and part of just our business within the committee, the sort of request where it's required that they would commit the sending an officer along where it helps the decision-making process and clarification of the issues. I think in the absence of that, certainly we're at a disadvantage to come to a decision as a council. So I think we can write. I'm not sure that we can compel or they'll be obliged to come, but certainly we can write and say how important it is and that it's an important factor in the decision-making process and it's needed, really, essential. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Devine Gallagher.
And just on that, Paul, has the DFA ever actually come to the planning committee ever?
Go ahead, Paul.
I'm certainly not aware of them. I think in recent attempts when we've requested them to come, they have refused. Certainly I'm not aware of them recently attending. I know some of the other consultees are happy to attend from Heritage and NAA, one of it came along to assist members in the decision-making process, but I'm not aware of DFI Roads having attended recently.
Okay, Councillor McElduff.
Yeah, just a related point. They have a very poor attendance record at meetings like community planning. They simply don't attend. And installment and in other places, they say scrutiny committees have the power of subpoena. I presume we don't, as a council, have the power of subpoena in these matters, Robert?
We don't. We don't.
Chair?
We don't. Go ahead, sorry, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Interesting debate. In fact, Road Service have been in attendance at the location you're in today in the Town Hall in Enniskillen, and it was with regard to the Scots Mill development at one time, some years back, but they have definitely been in attendance, and I think there were 2 reps there on that day, just for clarification.
Thank you for that clarification, Councillor Thompson. Okay, well, it would be probably beneficial if they had been here today, we'll say that. But they may be busy fixing roads.
Chair.
Go ahead.
Maybe if members are content then that we would write to DFI Roads, maybe we get that formally proposed and seconded, and we would write the DFI Roads and request their attendance and commitment on other applications as well as this one. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Maguire?
Yeah, happy. I would be happy enough to propose that. But again, I just don't want a letter that says we want DFI here all the time, because that's unrealistic. It's not going to happen. But the particulars of this application are so hinged on the determination of the road service. And again, as I said, the outlining planning policies and us as councillors wanting development in rural areas, if we're stuck with, we are stuck with this one because we can't verify the information. Like, I think it has to be specific to an application that hinges specifically on the, and I think that'd be general enough. Chair.
You're prepared to make that proposal? And that would be the meeting when this application comes back on our agenda then? along with the deferral. Seconded by Councillor Devine Gallagher. So we've had two proposals then to defer and to write the DFI roads requesting attendance at that meeting. Are we all in agreement? Thank you. Thank you, Paul, for your representation. Thanks. Just maybe we'll sum up that application there. Just Darren will sum it up here.
So members, the recommendation was to refuse planning permission. Members have gone contrary to the recommendation and agreed to defer the application, which will be brought back to the committee at a later date.
Okay, members, moving on then to application number 3, LA 10 2025-0144F, and that's a farm shed, and Adele is going to introduce the application.
Thank you, Chair. Application number 3, LA 10 2025-0144 for a farm shed. Applicant is C. McCartan. The location approximately 220 metres northwest of number 1 Back Glen Road. Recommendation of officers is to refuse permission. So members, since the papers have been published, a supporting statement has been received by T.A. Gurley Planning Consultants on the 12th of June. So I'm going to give you a summary of these now. So the supporting statement contains the background and context. The farm business was established in 2023 through the acquisition of 40 acres of land, obtaining a farm business ID number and sheep and flock number, and stocked 50 plus sheep. Currently, there's no shed on the holding and no suitable existing buildings that can be used. Modern day farming practices, animal welfare needs, veterinary operations, the need for security and Department of Agriculture advice requires for the provision of a modest shed. The shed is required to store animal feed and bedding in a weatherproof environment and also to securely store farm equipment the applicant intends to purchase to cultivate the land to make and handle fodder. A holding pen is required for sheep during the lambing season to safely perform operations and welfare for sick animals. The shed is required to allow the farm business to operate safely, effectively and efficiently as the applicant has no other buildings. It is noted health and safety practices require veterinary staff to have a safe working environment and there is a minimum requirement to treat livestock in a manner that is practical and safe. It is up to the farmer to fulfil these requirements. In respect of the first refusal reason, SPO1, it is stated, given the farm shed is required for the proper functioning and operation of the applicant's farm business, this is a material consideration to which due weight should be given in deciding this proposal. In regards to DEO3, given the holding does not have existing buildings, the applicant has sought to comply with this requirement by siting the proposed farm shed beside existing structures which are in the format of large overground water storage tanks and pump houses. In regards to IBO6 criterion A, it is considered in the supporting statement that this aspect of the policy is unreasonable, as in circumstances such as this, where business has only recently been set up, the farm would struggle to operate safely, effectively and efficiently without a farm shed for the first 6 years, which are generally the most difficult. In respect of criterion B, the shed is required to enable the applicant to securely store farm equipment and store animal feed and bedding in a weatherproof environment, and also to allow a holding pen for sheep during lambing season. There's no concerns with criterion C. In respect to criterion D, given there are no existing buildings, the proposed building cannot be located beside them. It is considered that this aspect of the policy is unreasonable, as it would result in circumstances such as this where the farm business would not be able to construct the necessary housing and thus would not be able to operate safely, effectively and efficiently. No concerns with regards to criterion E. Reference is drawn to paragraph 4.26 of policy IBO6, which states the agricultural and forestry sector is vitally important to the economy of the council area and it is important the operational needs are supported. It is stated that the existing farm business will not be able to operate safely, effectively and efficiently without a farm shed. In respect to DEO5, it is stated the proposed development reflects the traditional pattern of settlement as it is located away from the public road along an existing laneway. The siting seeks to consolidate the existing visual commitment on the landscape of these large structures and buildings rather than locating the proposed shed at a standalone location elsewhere. In regards to DEO4, the site has the capacity to absorb the building as it has setback and is immediately adjacent to the large overground water storage tank. And when viewed from vantage points, it will read as part of this group. Criterion B, the site is defined by established hedgerows. Criterion C, the design, scale and massing reflective. And they've outlined the proposals compliant with criteria B to E. So members' offers have reviews this supporting statement. No new material considerations have been raised, and the opinion of the group is to recommend refusal is not changed. So I'll move into my presentation. So the first image here, members, just identifies the site in red with the two circles indicating the NI water tanks. This is just a zoomed in image of the site location, existing lane towards the east on the Backland Road. An aerial image of the site, and the red box is an indication of the site. It's not the true boundary, but it's an indication of the site. And again, this is a zoomed up image, approximate boundaries of the site. So members, this is the submitted site layout plan. The NI water tanks to the east and the proposed shed would be located in the corner of the site. So these are images of the site. So it's a large gravel paved area. The green skip yellow container would be an approximate location of where the proposed shed would be. You can see the boundaries are divided here with a post and wire fence and a hawthorn hedge, which is fairly new and is not yet established. This image is within the site again, looking at where the shed would be sited, and then the Northern Ireland Water compound and water tanks are just located in the rear. And again, this is taken within the yard and showing an existing gate that provides access to the farmyard or the farmlands that would be to the rear of the proposed shed. This map is an indication of the lands associated with the business. And this is showing view from the lane. So again, the yellow container indicates where the proposed shed would be, and the NI water tanks available in the lower level on the ground there. So this is the submitted floor plan. The shed would be 24 metres by 12. Lambing pens along the top wall with holding pens along the left-hand side, and then the right-hand side would be for machinery in the central area, and then round bales stored on the right-hand side. So the proposed elevations, the building will be approximately 6.5 metres high. It's of a typical construction, smooth around the elevations with corrugated sheeting. On the left-hand side would be an open front, and the right-hand side is closed off with a roller door. So this image shows the sort of a landscape of the water tanks on the NI water compound to the right-hand side of the site. Members, so in regards to refusal reason to IBO6, so in criterion A, so the council will support proposals where agricultural and forestry development, where it's been demonstrated that the farm or forestry business is currently active and has been established for at least 6 years. So the business here is Category 1 ID business number, and it was allocated on the 22nd of September 2023. So the farm business is not active and established the 6 years. The clarification to the policy is on the right-hand side there as well. Just noted that no other information has been submitted in support of the application to demonstrate that a farm business has been operating prior to this application or prior to September 23. With regards to criterion B, if it's demonstrated it's necessary for the efficient use of the agricultural holding. So it's stated in the support statements, the purpose of the building is to store animal feed and farm equipment, as well as to allow holding pens for sheep during lambing season, and as well as required by the Department of Agriculture to allow veterinary operations and animal handling. Regards to criterion D, that the proposal is is sited beside existing or farm or forestry buildings. So the building is not sited beside existing farm buildings, as there are no buildings on the holding, and therefore to DO3, it's not clustered, consolidated, or grouped with established buildings. Now, whilst the proposed site is beside water tanks, a water tank is not considered a building. It is a structure designed and used to store water. So there's refusal reasons under DEO 4 and DEO 5. I have them indicated there. So the proposed site doesn't have the capacity to absorb the building adverse impact and visual amenity, can be visually integrated into the surrounding landscape through the use of retention of established boundaries and landscaping, and does not rely on substantial new landscaping integration. D, it will not result in a prominent or obtrusive feature in the landscape, including skyline or top of slope ridge locations. And in DO5A, it is not unduly prominent in the landscape. So I will show you a series of photos demonstrating how it is contrary to these. So this first image is a view of the site from the Back Lane Road from the southern approach. So the red arrow is an approximate indication of the site with the NI water tanks visible there and to the right-hand side. This is just travelling a wee bit further up the road. Again, the red arrow indicating the location of the site, and you can see the yellow construction container. This is a zoomed in image of the site from the Back Lane Road, and again, the red arrow is indicating sort of the approximate location of the site. Another image from the Back Lane Road, a view of the site on approach towards the access, and the access lane there's visible on the right-hand side. It's shared with the NI water site, and then it splits and goes on round. So this is a view from the Back Lane Road at the entrance to the site, and again, the site visible there with the red arrow. So this is now coming from the northern approach. So we're looking at the back of the site from the Back Lane Road, again, the red arrow. And this final photo here, it's taken from the Tirquin Road to the site. And again, you can see the red arrow identifying the site and the NI water structures available to the right. So members, for the reasons listed within the report, and in line with the wording of transitional arrangements in the 2015 LDP regulations, when reading both the DDP and the plan strategy together, the proposal does not accord with the LDP for the three following reasons. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, members, any questions? Sorry, apologies. This juncture, I would note there's speaking rights in respect to the application. Colin and Rosaline McCartan. I just invite you forward to my left here, and also Turlough Gurley, agent, and Colin and Rosaline McCartan, the applicants. Yeah, we'll have two people in here who are speaking first, and then, yeah, that'll work as well also, yeah. And just to advise, we've allocated 10 minutes, as Turlough will be aware. And if you decide amongst yourselves how to split that, I will let you know when we've reached 9 minutes. And if you just introduce yourselves before you speak in your own time, Turlough, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, members. Thanks for the time for allowing us to speak here. I suppose Adele outlined the information I provided previously, and I don't propose to go through all that. I suppose that there's a couple of points of contention here in terms of the longevity of the farm business and the necessity for the farm building. As set out in my submission, this is a relatively new farm business. It was established a couple of years ago. Colin and Rosaline have their first crop of lambs this year, and thankfully, because of the dry spring and the mild spring, that has went well in terms of the lambing and limited fatalities and issues. But there are practical issues here of not having a building on the farm. This farm's 40 acres. He's currently, Rosaline and Colin currently have 50 ewes. Would like to expand that as well. But anybody knows anything about farming, you need proper handling facilities. You need facilities to store, weatherproof facilities to store meal, hay, straw for bedding. You need welfare facilities as well in terms of if there's sick animals or ewes lambing, you need, particularly in bad weather, and where that location is, you need decent facilities in relation to that. There's not too many farms don't have any farm buildings. Unfortunately, in this case, this land holding that Colin and Rosaline acquired didn't have any buildings on it. Colin's from a farming background. It's always his ambition to have a farm at some stage. He's got to a position where he's able to do that now. And really, in terms of the policy, as was outlined by Adele there, in this circumstance, I'm not saying in all circumstances, but in this circumstance, it would seem unreasonable to rigorously apply the policy in terms of having existing buildings on the farm before you can build it, because there are no buildings here to locate beside. So it's impossible for Colin and Rosaleen to do that. They are trying to make a good go of this farm. The other issue in terms of the necessity for it, Rosaleen and Colin will outline, but suffice to say there's significant a number of machinery, and the situation that they're in the minute is difficult. In relation to the other points, again, no buildings to locate in terms of the visual aspect, but they have endeavoured to provide a tie or a link to the existing water service infrastructure there. There's 2 large water towers, there's a couple of pump houses. There's also another agriculture building beside it as well. They've tried to tuck it in behind those, so it's less obtrusive. It's trying to take advantage of the existing commitment in the landscape. So if you see those water towers, that farm building, those pump houses, another building sort of tucked in around the back of it won't be a significant imposition. It'll blend in with it. And that is to try and reduce the visual impact of it. I suppose I'll just maybe hand over to Colin and Rosaleen just for a few minutes as well, just to explain their position on it.
So, thanks for your time. So I have an interest in farming, especially in later years, but my father did a bit of farming. My grandfather, obviously, he had a sizable farm up around Carrickmore. So now that I've taken an interest in it, I've got myself 52 ewe lambs a year and a half ago. We did the lambing there this year. We got first time at it, really enjoyed it. Plenty of challenges, but the challenges, we're very fortunate this year and blessed maybe that we had great weather for the lambing part of it, because otherwise we did have some losses where we had 2 days of really a lot of consistent rain, and if we had the shed to get them in there, we'd have minimised our losses there with the lambs. But we've got 45 plus lambs now that lambed, and that was lovely and a nice challenge to say in the good weather, but it's the best weather maybe March in 43 years apparently. So I'm not perceiving that to be as good next year and the years to follow. So I would really have much need of the shed, and say then I've gathered up equipment that I needed for trying to minimise that, but I got myself a tractor, mower, saying all this stuff sitting outside, power harrow, quad. I had the quad, got it for it, and a quad fertilizer sower, a little small trailer that I have using it for my sheep trailer. I would need a bigger trailer for the sheep. Borrowed one up the road there, but again, that's just something that I've asked my neighbour for. But again, I don't want to buy the trailer because again, the chances of getting it stolen, but you don't have it secure. Where again, so I'd need that big trailer. Again, that's the problem. I don't have the shed to put it into. What other things do I have? I would like to have maybe a small wee mini digger to tidy up. Lots of work to get done there. Again, in the shed would be the place for it. And I'd say when that bit of bad weather would come in, like what we had this year when we had the lambing, if you're able to just get them in just for even a short time to save the lambs for that, that's to me is a necessity. Brought the up, as I say, as Tora mentioned, because we've got, it's kind of hidden, and I would have thought a good part of it hidden in behind those existing water tanks there with the water service. So that was the application there. Plus, it's near to where I've got electric just on site, or just got a pipe for the electric there. So in the future, again, for security reasons, maybe to have cameras up for lambing and for getting your lights and whatnot, you need a bit of electric. So that's the perfect location for that. This yard is already kind of formed there for that. So that's, I probably missed one or two things, not used to speaking like this, but this is, it's very important that I don't have the losses. Suppose next year you're always you're going to get losses with lambs, but in sheep, but if I could minimise them and say it's fairly exposed a farm where it's at, and the shed's vital for moving forward, and to wait years for that, it's kind of
it's kind of back to front, isn't it? You know, where you kind of need the facilities, you need the shed, and say to store the equipment and for the benefit of making sure that the lambs survive, give it the best chance to survive. Okay, thank you.
Well,
Do you want Rosalie?
Yeah.
A few words there, I mean.
Thank you. Just to say that we've done a significant amount of improvement to the land. There were no fences, there was no hedges, and those hedges are coming on really well. And the hedge that will be at the side of the shed will be coming up in the next few years. We've got trees in through it, not only for, you know, to make it more sheltered for the animals, but also for the building, and they'll grow up nicely. So I think we're very serious about this, and it'll stifle our plans if we don't get this shed as soon as possible. I don't know how we could go through. Well, I was told the sheep were easy care, but that actually is not the case. And there's just proved to be quite a few difficulties, and only that it was good weather. Well, the day that the two rain, we lost twin lambs that day, and we lost another lamb as well. We were actually at a different work, and we came up in the night, and the wee lamb was dead in the field with the rain. So, and the other twin died 3 days later. So just, I think it's an essential part of our farm, and you know, trying to encourage farmers. And I know we're not that young, but we're new farmers, so we'd like to be able to keep this going, this tradition going. So that's all. Thank you.
If I could just have
Go ahead, Turner. There's still 2 minutes here.
I'm sure we're near up on it. Oh, great. I didn't think we had that much. Yeah, just in summary, obviously endorse everything that's coming from the horse's mouth here. I was trying to summarize it, but I think it's important that the people that are experiencing issues without the shed are here to explain that. That was one of the things that Rosaline just brought up that I was about to mention, is that the yard has been fully landscaped or planted with hedges and trees, so that will alleviate any concerns in terms of integration, in addition to it being tucked in behind the water towers and reading with that cluster of development. But I think the critical point here, and those are the difficult issues, is the policy. As I said, I'm not against the policy and there's rationale for it, but in this circumstance, I think as a material consideration, the position that the applicants find themselves in, they're trying to get a farm going, they have a sizable land holding, sizable number of animals. There are practical issues in terms of veterinary handling facilities, health and safety, that vets need a certain good situation to handle animals, and even in the welfare end of it as well. But
Just 1 minute, Turner.
Yeah, thanks. I'll just finish up on that. It's important maybe that the members take that as, in addition to the policy, take that as a material consideration in terms of balancing the two things out in terms of looking at this application favourably. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. An opportunity, members, anyone has any questions for the applicant or the agent? Go ahead, Councillor Feely.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Turlock and Colin and Rosaline for that as well, for that presentation. And I know there's no doubt about it. You do need a shed for I farm myself, and I just know the issues there with storing bales and getting sheep in. And a lot of vets will not go into a shed to work with sheep unless they are safe. I know that, but the main stumbling block here is the farm business, as having an ID number for 6 years. So I was just wondering, did you? And it's probably right there, but I just missed it on a different page now. Did you buy the farm in 2003, or were you working the farm before you got the ID number? And have you any receipts or any proof that you were working on before you got the ID number? I was just wondering that.
I would have the ID. I have the.
Here before, there's no fence, and they did it before we bought the livestock. So they acquired it in 2022.
I couldn't even hear.
Oh, sorry, he's sort of hard of hearing there. I can't hear you. We acquired the land in 2022, but it was just like an open field, so we had to fence it, and well, we started with the hedges then, and then once we had that sort of sorted, then the following year we got the business number. So, I mean, we only acquired the land in 2022, so we are total newcomers to it.
But we're hedged about 3,500 hedging, 4,000 hedging. I put in 3 to 4 year old plants, and then fenced all the interior fencing. There was just exterior fencing. There was none on the inside. So put in a serious bit of work into it. So did the fencing myself, me and another fella. So learned how to do that. So came from a joinery background before I was into business and that myself. So I did all this tiebacks and all the manual fencing myself. So great passion in it, and whenever I start something, I see it through, I don't like to lie down. So, but as I say, where we're at here, it's it's getting the shed, for the animals. It's for the equipment that I've acquired, and I suppose the realization that when you start getting bits of equipment, it doesn't be long building up, and it's all sitting out and getting in not good order. Where you kind of need a shed or partly to get that in. But again, and then when the lambing part comes, as we know, that can be a challenge. But at least if I have them up close to where get them in when the really bad heavy rain's coming, give them the chance to survive. So the best chance possible to survive. So
and the farm's located in a very exposed area, so there's even more need, for shelter, not only for the animals, but the equipment, the tractors sitting out in the rain and the wind, and the equipment's getting rusty, so.
Councillor McClahey, thank you.
Thank you. From a past life, I know this area, and I can agree it's exposed. I'm kind of, when you started farming in 2023, and I'm not sure now because obviously I haven't gone through this process for quite a while, and I'm sure any of us that are in the farming industry and here won't have gone through it. Was there an I'm not sure whether they still do it. Is there an agricultural advisor who comes out and I mean, they come out and inspect before you get your flock number, your handling facilities? Are they used to come out and check your facilities and stuff? Is there any recommendations from the Department of Agriculture as to what you would have required as part of your starting your farm business? But, I mean, that would be helpful as well. If we thought there was something like that there, and it would have been good if it had been presented for us today. If you did have evidence like that.
Yes. I did make reference in. That's okay.
Sorry, go ahead, sorry.
No, I did make reference in my submission about Department of Agriculture requirements in terms of safe handling facilities, in terms of health and safety, not only for the farmer, but anyone assisting him or any veterinary person or any Department of Agriculture inspector that will be coming to the site. They need that sort of safe handling facility, and that's where the pens in the building would be ideal for that. And also, if it's a wet weather, windy weather, someone trying to take notes and process animals, at least to be undercover in that as well. So it's welfare for humans as well as animals in relation to this.
Okay, Councillor O'Reilly.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for giving the evidence here. Am I correct in my thinking that your resident isn't on the farm holding that you have? That the farmhouse isn't on, that you don't have you live somewhere else as opposed to the land?
I would say we live up the road about a quarter mile, so we would come down there, and yeah, that's how far.
There is absolutely nothing else on that farm in the way of buildings or alternative positioning for anything there. So this is the most suitable site that there is to do.
The site there as well, so that'll fulfill the requirements for electricity and things like that.
Councillor McElduff.
Thank you, Chair. Applicants are known to me. I haven't spoken to them ahead of this application, but they're known to me as local people, and I would have every confidence in their standards and the way they would conduct their business. The way they've outlined is exactly how they would do it to the highest standards. And then there's all these points about practical veterinary handling facilities, no existing buildings, and the water tanks being there, pump houses, another agriculture building. Visually it would create a cluster there. But I would ask maybe Turla, since this is the section of the meeting where you ask the agent and applicant questions, and I know there are hurdles here to new entrant farmers. But in your experience, Turla, which would be you're not old, like, but it's a lengthy experience. Have you come across situations where you were able to overcome that 6-year rule?
Well, as I said, we are in a plan-led system, but it's a plan-led system. It's not a rigorous enforcement of the plan, and you as members have that ability to make a balanced judgment with all the evidence in front of you and all the information in front of you to make that material consideration, give the material consideration to all those figures. And it's how you decide in each circumstance what the weight and the balance of probability and on balance is that an acceptable proposal based on all the considerations. So that's why I was saying to the members that in this case, and I accept that it is necessary in other cases, but in this case, it's a unique situation where there are new entrants to the farm business. They need to have a proper functioning shed for the reasons that's been outlined. And I think nobody would disagree with those reasons. And on this occasion, and I wouldn't be saying that this is for every occasion, but on this occasion, I think there's a genuine consideration that on balance, that element of the policy maybe shouldn't be given as much weighting as the considerations that have been just set out in front of the members today.
Just for clarity, there has been no farming beyond 2022, apart from maybe, I mean, this isn't a continuation of any farming activity. Go ahead there.
Well, to say it's completely new with livestock, I've had an interest in horticulture, but don't look at my polytunnel at the middle. I've one up beside the house, just have a general interest in the production of food. It's all come really since the whole COVID thing, and we are in our house, which is up the road. We have a 3-acre site there where, an interest in keeping pigs and stuff like that. So it's just an interest that we had, and then just so happened that land became available beside our house, which is why we thought, right, it's not ideal, it's just a quarter mile down the road, but, for looking after animals, if we had a shed, we'd be in the house and we'd be able to see the sheep lambing, we'd be able to come down the road in a matter of 5 minutes, from a practical point of view for farming. It is something we've considered for a long time, and it was just like a dream come true when it came up. But we did not know what we were getting ourselves in for, I will say that.
I just asked that because in the past, the 6 years have been, whilst the Farm Business ID may not have been active in some cases for 6 years, there was evidence presented that showed farming activity for 6 years or more,
We're up front.
Yeah.
This is only going a couple of years at this stage, and they're only finding their feet. They've got their first crop of lambs this year, but they're finding that the realities is I need a shed, not only for storing fodder, because they're using temporary things, as you'll see there, to keep hay and meal and things like that dry. But the realities in terms of even bringing visitors to the farm for inspecting animals, things like that. And Colin has, as he said, the background. His father's a farmer. He's had always an interest in farming. I suppose you want to come back to that. So, look, we're saying we can't meet the 6-year criteria. It'll be another 4 years before we meet the 6-year criteria. And in that time, there's going to be a lot of difficulties in terms of trying to make this farm work without a shed. And that's just the reality of it.
Okay, Councillor Irvine?
Yep. One or two of the other councillors have asked where your dwelling is located. It's not shown on the farm map.
It's just up the road a bit.
It's the second house.
Right. It's just the case of basically the issue of integration and grouping. I'm just wondering. I know you've chosen the water towers because they edge onto the land. That's just a query. Thank you.
Farm holding. That's a residential property.
Councillor McGrath?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Colin, Rosaleen and Turla. Now, it's just going back to John's point again about the department. Surely, if you're applying for a new business number, they're going to say to you, well, you need a shed there and you need facilities there. And you're saying that conversation happened with them,
I'll have to, yeah.
No.
Sorry, yeah, Colin's just a bit hard hearing, so it's just, Rosine's relaying the question to him. Sorry, go ahead.
Conversation that the department had, given you the business ID number, you know, what type of machinery you need, you know, using your own crush, silage, feedstuffs, you know.
Again, with the suppose I'd know myself what I needed to do. First of all, I needed to fence off the interior of the land, and in order before I would get the stock in, because there's no point in having my stock and until I sorted out the lots of fencing. There's a few thousand acres or a few thousand meters of fencing that I put up, and then after that.
Sorry, could I just ask you lean forward towards the microphone?
There's a few thousand acres of fencing that I needed to get up first. Once I know that question that you asked, like, when did I start the farming? I suppose when I purchased the land, I hit the ground running, but maybe it wasn't in the line of stock got at that stage, because I had to do the fencing and put up lots of hedging, so it's in order in the future of shelter for the sheep. So after that, I got my stock was 2 years ago, my 52 yo lambs, and then when they were ready to be tipped there October, then proceeded from there, and we had our first little lambs. So that's where I'm at now. As I say, and I've presented everything as far as the shed and the necessity for it at the earliest possible time to have it. And I suppose in the summer it's lovely now, but come the winter it's a different story. And when the lambing comes, you need the shed and the equipment to get to facilitate to put all your equipment into the shed. So and say I thought I picked the best spot every way, you know, accessibility, not too far in the lane, electric there at a near location, hidden in behind the tanks. So and say whenever I go to do a thing, I'll do it to the best of my ability and do it to a high standard. And so that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McClahary. Into the microphone there.
Thank you. I think what Bernard and myself are both looking is and our difficulty is we're going to have to go against our policy, which says 6 years, and you're coming here and telling us you need a shed, but you're also telling us that you've only been farming for 2 years. So you're basically going on the experience that your father has had, that you've had with your father and your grandfather, and then what you decided to do. And whilst you can tell us that you need this shed, and while many of us are farmers here and we think, yes, you probably do need that shed, you don't have an expert here telling us this is what you need. So how can we go against, we're trying to help you here. It's how we can go against, and maybe we need to defer and let you go away and have a look at what you're going to present to us, because at the moment you're not giving us, you're giving us a wish list that you would like a shed that you can handle your sheep in, you can keep your fodder dry, you can store your machinery, but it's not, I don't feel as though that's not expert enough for me to go against our policy, which we have just sat down, and then we're going to go against it almost immediately. So you're putting us in a very difficult position. So I don't know if that's a position that we want to defer and you come back with information from somebody who's an expert in agriculture. Should that a DERA advisor or somebody out there and say what you need? But at the moment I find it difficult.
Go ahead there, Turlough.
Yeah, no, look, I've said it from the start. We accept that, and we know this is a difficult decision in terms of balancing the thing out. But I think if you did a survey of all the farms, even in County Tyrone or County Fermanagh, I think you'll find that every one of them, if not the vast majority of them, have some sort of shed or handling facilities or something. I think that speaks for itself in terms of the essential need for this building. The applicants have found to their experience over the last winter that they do need it. They can't do without it. I know some of you are from a farming background. They're from a farming background. It's common sense and logic that some sort of shed, as Councillor McCarthy said. If we did defer the application, I am very confident that the Department of Agriculture would come back and provide us with information to say that, because it's so obvious. and from my perspective, I think all you'll be doing is deferring it to get something that you know you will get. And from that perspective, I have no objection in getting that, but I think we'd still come to the same conclusion where we're at today in terms of that.
Thank you. Any more questions for the applicant? Go ahead.
Sorry, it's for Darren.
For Darren, okay. Any further questions then at this point?
Are you offended, Robert?
Any further questions at all for? Oh. Okay, then in that case, then I would thank you for your representation, for your forthright, representation to the committee, and invite you to go back to the gallery. We'll move on to the next stage in the meeting. Thank you. Okay, Adele is going to make some comments here just before we bring anyone else in.
Yeah, members, I was just going to go back to the slide, the reasons for refusal on it. Just highlighting so that the farm business is not established 6 years, not demonstrated as necessary efficient use of the holding, and is not sited beside farm buildings. So just sort of focusing on that. So within comments there from the agent, so they've mentioned there is machinery there, quad and quad mower and existing equipment. We've had no indication of that or where it's stored. I didn't notice it on site. Just also notice there that, yes, there are hedges, they're planted. They're going to take time to mature, especially to integrate a building proposed at 6.5 metres. But also just the size of the shed just wouldn't appear proportionate with the amount of land that's part of the holding. And then just a comment there, the applicant say they have 3 acres site at their own home. Would that not be the site to put a shed? We could cluster and consolidate there. So that's my comments at the time, members.
Okay, Councillor Irvine, you had your light on. Go ahead.
My apologies, Adele. I'm too used to directing towards Darren, so accept my humble apologies. No slight on you or your ability. Some of the queries you've actually raised are some that I would like to raise. It's the question of basically the length that the business has started up. That is totally against our policy, but that doesn't mean to say that we can't actually consider the reasons pertaining to an individual application. It would have to be serious to go against policy, but that's not without. That aside, integration, I'm looking at the position as applied by the applicant. There is another building further down, closer to the Brack Road, and I'm wondering, have alternative sites actually been looked at? You've referred to the actual dwelling house only half a mile down the road, and the applicants referred to being a substantial site. So I think there may be room for further discussion, and because of that, I would propose to defer it back. And in any discussions that do take place, I think the issue of talking to DAERA basically in regard to what support or advice they may or may not have given should at least be recorded on file. If it already hasn't been, I'm sure, I know that everybody is fairly up to speed with that. But I think in that regard, I think we need to look further. And if the problem is that the red line hasn't included other land available or within the ownership of the applicants, then we may need to consider whether it's a separate application basically to take that into account. But at this moment, I would propose deferral.
Well, I can confirm the red line, it only contains the site. The blue land indicates all the land that's been indicated to us by the applicant as the control. Now, that doesn't include the existing dwelling house and the 3 acre site that has been mentioned today.
So that can be talked about then, can it, if it was deferred?
Because we have it, we know we have the whole farm holding in the blue land, but we don't have we don't have it identified in blue lands, the applicant's address and their site with their plot.
Just going to bring in Paul, our lead planner, as well. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Members, so I suppose there's a number of key issues here that we need to sort out first. I think it would be inappropriate for officers to be engaging in identifying alternative sites when there's actually a fundamental issue and conflict with the policy in terms of the 6 years. So any deferral to try and look at alternative sites, I think would be premature at this stage. I think we need to tackle and address the 6 years. And I know during the speaking rights, the agent has said that it would be unreasonable to sort of rigorously apply the policy, but the policy's there. It's a hard age requirement, members, of 6 years, and we don't have that evidence before us. And whilst we can, set aside the policy, we don't do that lightly, and we don't do it too often. And I would think, just in my professional opinion, with the evidence that we have before us today, members, there's certainly not sufficient evidence in terms of the farming activity. There's lots of discussion on what the farming activity is, but we have had no evidence, no receipts, no invoices submitted for any of that activity. And I certainly wouldn't be encouraging members to set aside the policy at this stage. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Feely.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I know there's been a lot of discussion about this, and it's not simple. I come from the background of being a farmer myself, and I know we definitely do need the shed, but the 6 year issue is the main issue here, as I said from the start. And as you say, Paul, we can't defer from that or go lightly from that. But I say if this farm was over 6 or 7 years, there'd be no problem here. I can see them other problems or them other issues being overcome. So, and we don't want to be setting precedents, but I think, and I know we have to take each planning issue application as they come. But I think a few years ago, we had a similar one to this, but Darren was over it. I think there was a house or something like this, and I think we did overcome it. If can Darren remember that, maybe he's not allowed to mention that, but I think there was one before, or maybe Dale might know of it. Somebody was 3 years. Am I correct, Darren? No. I know we can't send a precedent, but
I believe that case, the applicant was from a farming background. Or make it turn to.
I think this was the one where the guy was going for a farm building and he didn't have the active time for 6 years, but he had been to college in a skill and got qualifications in farming and a significant background in studying and things like that there, and had all the background. And there's a case made then that was enough to overcome the issues. And then he had the concrete base, if you recall, and he's putting the shed on top of the concrete base. So that was the reason why that was justified now. But again, it was justified on the basis it doesn't meet the plan strategy. But here's the reason why it was approved.
Councillor Feely, go ahead.
okay, well, thanks for that clarification, Darren. I just remember something about it, but so this is different here again as well. But if even if they came back, I know they've been found for 3 years now, if that's some kind of bales for fertilizer or sheep meal or anything from the start of farming or doing anything, I know we can't come over up to 6 year rule, but I'd be happy to second Robert's proposal and maybe defer to see just in case they would get some kind of more information or something from the Department of Agriculture. I wouldn't feel comfortable just refusing this straight away here now, because I know the shed is needed from that point of view. So I'll second Robert.
Okay, was there sorry, Councillor O'Flaherty?
Sorry, thank you. Sorry, I scrolled past it here. So it says that the council will support proposals for agriculture, forestry development where it has been demonstrated, and the first one is 6 years. The second one is necessary for the efficient use of the agriculture holding and will not have a detrimental act on the amenity of residentials, and the proposal is situated beside existing farm or forestry buildings. But we're trying to drop the first one, which is 6, but it doesn't really meet the second one either. We're not getting anything, it's not as if we're dropping one. We've no evidence. Whilst it's one thing saying we know something, it's a kind of like the American general. There's things that we know and things that we should know and things that we'd better know and all the different knows that we didn't know, but we don't know. But we have no evidence, and as councillors, I think we clearly need evidence. So there's no evidence for Part B. So part of the deferment, I would like evidence that this building is necessary for the efficient use of the agriculture, holding or forestry. And whilst we have the agent here who's acting on behalf of Mr. McCartan and his wife, that's their wish list as far as it does. They are not agricultural experts themselves. So we need an expert to provide us with some sort of evidence. Should that be from DAERA or something from that there? And I think as part of that deferment, that needs to be in there as well. So as we do know what this building's needed. It's not just. I mean, I know you need a building to keep sheep dry, and to keep tractors dry and to store meal and stuff. But I'm not an expert, and if I was to send in a letter, I'd just be somebody sending a letter saying that you needed that. So I would like to see that as part of the agent, what the agent provides as well.
Okay, thank you, councillor. And members, we do have a proposal to defer. Was there a time limit on that, or was it left open to officers? Councillor Irvine?
Just to clarify, no, there was no time limit. And just to clarify from Paul's comment, I wasn't looking to try and overturn the policy. I was trying to actually indirectly get substantive evidence to actually look at the deficit in not meeting the policy. And as referred to by several of the members, it's only anecdotally been referred to by the agent and backed up by the applicants. I think we need substantive evidence on file that we can look at. That's what I want the officers to look at, assess it, and then if it has to come back to us with whatever recommendation, at least there will be substantive evidence that has been scrutinised by officers on file. That's just to clarify. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the deferral does provide that opportunity. So proposed by Councillor Irvine and seconded by Councillor Feely. And is everyone in agreement? On agreement? Okay, thank you, members. I'll ask Adele just to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. So the application number 3, LA10 2025-0144F, the recommendation by officers was to refuse planning permission. Members have voted to defer, wasn't it, defer the application back to officers to resolve the criteria with regards to the farm business and the efficient operation of the home. Thank you, Alison.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dale. So moving on then, we have an update on item 5, and that's to consider 2 applications for certificates of alternative development value, paper C. And I'll ask Paul just to provide an update on that.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Members, just in relation to paper C and the 2 applications for certificate of alternative developments, those 2 applications have been withdrawn by the agent. They've been withdrawn from the consideration member, so they're not before us for consideration today. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Item 6 then is to note the schedule of planning decisions issued in May 2025, paper D.
I'll propose noting, Chair.
Proposed by Councillor Irvine, seconded by Councillor Robinson. Item 7 then is to note the update report on planning enforcement for May, and that is paper E. Paul, yeah, go ahead, Paul.
Thank you, Chair, and members. Really, it's just papers for noting, but I suppose in response to Councillor O'Reilly's request, there's now a table which sets out the sort of various stages and the many cases we have at each stage. So hopefully that information's of value, and then we can start to compare as we go forward then the numbers at the various stages. So thank you, Chair.
And in Appendix A, that Appendix 1, that's the second last column, Councillor O'Reilly, showing the weeks to decision. Go ahead, Councillor O'Reilly.
Yeah, and can I just say thank you for taking that on board, and I think it is helpful information that will give us a little bit better indication of how we're doing month on month. And I do appreciate the fact that we have a number of months there displayed so that we can get a bit of an understanding of how that is going on an ongoing basis rather than monthly. So thank you, and I'm happy to propose.
Proposed to note, Councillor Riley, seconded by Councillor Irvine. Okay, so item 8 then is to note the update report on planning appeal decisions in May 2025. That's paper F. That Paul's going to comment, Paul?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I suppose just briefly, members, maybe to outline the issues. This was an appeal that was determined. It was an application that was actually before the Planning Committee. It was against the refusal of planning permission for the retention of existing hardcore yard and an area to park a lorry and articulated trailers. So you see from the Commissioner's decision there that the only issue which was sustained in the Council's favour was the establishment then of the business and the fact that there was no certificate of lawfulness in place. And as a result of that, then there was non-compliance with the policy. The Commissioner had felt that the site was able to integrate the development, and also given the nature and scale that there wouldn't be no impacts arising from noise. So I suppose the key issue found in our favour, members, was the fact that there was no established business and there was no certificate of lawful development in place. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Paul. Proposer to note, Councillor Irvine, seconded by Councillor Maguire. And item 9 then is to note the report on proposal of application notices. Paper G. Paul, yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and members. There's 2 proposal of application notices. The first one then relates to two future applications in Oma in relation to a Sainsbury's supermarket development. And you'll just note, members, that they're actually proposing there to use 2 units, Unit 4, which is the former House Proud Furniture, and Unit 5, which is the former Home Base. So that's the reason why they need 2 Section 54 applications, because it actually relates to 2 separate permissions, but we've dealt with that as one pan. The other pan then, members, relates to the development of a vehicle test centre then on the Co Road then in Enniskillen. So in terms of the Council's involvement in the pre-application community consultation process, that's really a matter for the applicant and agents, and we sign off the measures that's actually to be undertaken, and then we'll consider the major application in due course, which will come before the Planning Committee. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Paul. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And without making any other comments on it, I will propose to note.
Thank you. Proposed to note. Seconded by Councillor Rainey. Okay, item 10, members, is correspondence. I'm going to ask Sinead, our Director, to take us through correspondence.
Thank you, Chair. So the first piece of correspondence then is from the RTPI, and it's in relation to the RTPI Northern Ireland Awards for Planning Excellence in 2025. So members will recall at previous planning committee, we had discussed that we had made an application to this. You'll note from the correspondence that we haven't gone through to obviously receive an award this year. It's obviously disappointing that we haven't, but I think it's fair to say we have a couple of previous years, but important for us to continue to make applications to this really, I suppose, prestigious competition to showcase the work of the council. So the correspondence is for members.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a proposer? Councillor Irvine to note, seconded by Councillor Maguire. 10.2.
Thank you, Chair. So this is correspondence then from DFI, and it's in relation to their planning improvement programme. And I suppose we've brought the correspondence before members really just to ensure that you're kept informed of the process in terms of the planning improvement programme. You'll notice that they're really essentially asking that council officers would engage with them in terms of their work programme and to engage in terms of enforcement work and what that focus of attention will be. So it's really just to note, members, that we will engage, and then we will, as we need to, we'll come back and report the update to members.
Thank you, Sinead. And a proposal to note. Councillor Irvine, seconded by Councillor Robinson. 10.3 then.
Chair. And then this is correspondence in relation to the intelligent client function. So it's really correspondence, I suppose, in relation to the planning portal and I suppose the performance of the intelligent client function as part of that. And it sets out information in terms of the performance of the system, performance in terms of the finance summary, some of the highlights across the previous year, and then what some of the look ahead will be in terms of the focus of the work. So I think it's probably fair to say from the correspondence that it has been successful. And again, members, that the correspondence is for noting.
Okay, thank you. Proposed by Councillor McGrath, seconded by Councillor Rainey. And I don't believe we have any other correspondence. No other correspondence. So item 11 is any urgent and relevant business, and I haven't been notified of any. And nobody's indicating. So I'll take a proposal to move into confidential business. Councillor Robertson, seconded by Councillor Irvine. I'll just give a minute for the live feed to stop. Just give the tape a wee minute to, okay? And we're back. And I'm just going to ask Sinead to sum up. I think we're okay. We're back, aren't we, Adele? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. So during confidential business, members received a report on a legal matter and noted the update in the report.
Okay, thank you. And a proposer for that update, Councillor Robinson, and seconded by Councillor Maguire. Okay, members, that brings us to the end of our meeting. Thank you for your patience and for your work through the committee meeting. Thank you, and thanks to your officers as well for